All right, good afternoon, everyone. If everyone could take their seats, we will get this meeting started. And I would like to call to order the regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. First up on our agenda is our roll call. I will ask our clerk, Trustee Andrew Cottle, to do the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. President Raymond.
Here.
Vice President Taylor.
I'm here.
And I am here. Trustee Calvert. Trustee Simon Holland.
Here.
Trustee Kennedy.
Here.
Trustee Minetto.
Here.
Student Representative Gomez.
Here.
All right, Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. All right, we now have our Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to ask our newly awarded District Leader of the Year impacting student achievement, Mr. Ben Hayes, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I should clarify, that's for the whole state of Nevada. So, okay, the next item on the agenda, 1.04, is action to adopt the agenda.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Simon Holland. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? And that motion passes unanimously. Okay, we are moving on to our consent agenda items. We have consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.15, and I will look to our recording secretary, Ms. J.J. Batchelder, to see if we have any public comment on our consent agenda.
Elizabeth Cadigan.
Is Elizabeth Cadigan with us right now?
I think their communications is checking real quick.
We think that she is on her way, so we will.
Thanks. Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. McNeil. At the last board meeting, the recent staff survey was discussed. There was a lot of talk about acknowledging the results of this survey, and at the end of the meeting, suggestions were made to establish an action plan to show the community how the board is actively using these results to help our district move forward during these challenging times. While I appreciate the time the board took to acknowledge this survey, it is the action plan itself that I am eagerly waiting to see put into place. I realize that all of this takes time to put together, but the reality is what is discussed and decided upon in these meetings directly impact my life and the lives of my students on a daily basis. As a teacher, I do not have the luxury of setting aside many of the issues and concerns that were highlighted in the survey until a decision can be made. Instead, I am constantly trying, often struggling, to find solutions that meet the needs of my students, my families, and my fellow colleagues. Today, I would like to share with you some of the struggles that I am experiencing on a daily basis. As the general music teacher at Anderson Elementary, my personal teaching schedule requires me to teach over 400 pre-K through 6th grade students in a variety of scenarios that include in-person and digitally, and even a hybrid of the two, where I am teaching a group of students that are physically in front of me, while I have another set of students that are joining us via Teams at the same time. To make matters more complicated, my school's music program classroom was gutted so that it could be used as an overflow grade level classroom. As a result, I have to now move in and out of nearly every classroom on my campus with a cart. The amount of time it takes for me to travel in between classrooms and sanitize my equipment has reduced the amount of instructional time I am able to provide my students by 25%. In addition, being on a cart impacts the activities in which I am able to do with my students, as I am limited to what I'm able to bring with me and must choose items that I can easily sanitize. If all of this wasn't enough, I am further limited by the restrictions we currently have in place on singing. Music teachers were told that an update on the restriction on singing indoors was going to be given in mid-September. While we anticipated that this update would provide instructions on how we can begin safely singing indoors, this was not the case. These may be personal challenges, but I know that I am not the only elementary music teacher experiencing similar issues and the resulting stress. One of my colleagues has expressed that she is currently dealing with not her first, but her second round of shingles as a result of all the stress this year has brought her. I realize that the format of this public comment does not provide much space or time for the board to respond to these concerns directly, but I would like it to be known that Dr. McNeil will be attending an event next month where she will be answering questions brought forth by members of the WEA. One of these questions was submitted on behalf of the general elementary teachers about some of these issues, and I hope that Dr. McNeil will not only
Ms.
answer the
Cadigan, I'm
program,
sorry,
but
your
also
time
find
is
a way
up.
to solve it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cadigan.
That's all I have.
Thank you, JJ. All right, then I would be looking for a motion from the board to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.15, unless there is interest in pulling one of the items today.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Simon Holland, a second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Okay, our next item is 3.01, which is public comment. This public comment period would be general public comment, not associated with any specific agenda item. If you are here to speak on an agenda item, we will call for public comment at that time. We continue to ask and encourage the community to submit public comment whenever they desire through our email, which is publiccomments@washoeschools.net. Those public comments then are forwarded to the Board of Trustees, where we have time to read through them, and they continue to come to us during the board meeting so that we can review them as the board meeting is going on. And then our recording secretary reads the names of the individuals that did submit public comment. And so at this time, I will turn it over to our recording secretary where she can read those names off and also call for the live public comment.
The board received emails from Rachel Robinson, Jean Gion, Nikki Medor, Zach Woodhead, and Haley Estepona, John Eppolito, and Elizabeth Cadigan.
We ask that you keep it on. If you want to go like this, you certainly can do that, but we ask that you keep it on.
My name is John Eppolito. I have 2 kids still left in Washoe County School District. I'm a former K-12 teacher, and you can find almost 1,000 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. I wanted to speak about Infinite Campus for a moment. This is a third-party vendor paid by the district who collects and stores more data on children than anyone ever has in human history. This data includes discipline, mental, counseling, and psychiatric. Infinite Campus starts collecting and storing data on children when they enter kindergarten. Parents can only ever see a small sliver of data stored in Infinite Campus. Teachers, administrators, counselors, and school psychologists routinely enter data in a student's IC database without parental consent. Several district employees have contacted Protect Nevada Children and shared their concerns about the amount of sensitive student data stored in the Infinite Campus database. The most incriminating information entered by the district employees on students is subjective and probably never deleted. IC has already been involved in 5 data breaches that we know of, none affecting Nevada children yet. Even if IC never has a data breach affecting Nevada students, no one really knows how having all this data in the hands of a third party may affect the future of our kids. That permanent student record that has been threatened for years is finally here, and in Nevada, it's called Infinite Campus. Protect Nevada Children asked for a list of the IC database. The district told us, quote, here's the document, that record is confidential and proprietary to Infinite Campus, end quote. It's mind-boggling to us that the district is feeding a third-party vendor student data and allowing them to create the most extensive student database in human history. Then the district can tell us that record is confidential. That's wrong, and you all know it. It's data stored on children. Some of this data is stored forever, but we parents cannot see the list. To make matters worse, a subset of the Infinite Campus data is uploaded nightly into the Nevada Department of Education SANE system. SANE shows us the data, 800 fields of data. This data is stored forever. Just like Infinite Campus, SANE stores the data for 13 years of school, including discipline, mental, counseling, and psychiatric data. The district is either unwilling or unable to provide us with a similar list that shows all the data fields in Infinite Campus. Remember, Infinite Campus has much more data than SANE. Parents deserve to see a list that shows all the data fields included in the massive database called Infinite Campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
Elizabeth Cadigan, Angie Reeder.
I'm coming back up here to speak on Article 2.07 for the approval of hiring employment of retired employees for the following areas in which a crucial labor shortage exists. And the one that I'd like to speak about is on music teachers. But I will admit that I am still learning the ways of these board meetings and thought that you would speak upon exactly how you will be going about hiring these teachers, and if these teachers will just be any retired music teachers, or excuse me, any retired teachers or music teachers in general, because this has become a area of concern in the music department in general, bringing in teachers that don't have the same experience as music teachers who go to school to do so. It's not that we're not welcoming to these teachers, as we do have a labor shortage, but bringing these teachers in that have the less experience as other teachers in that area makes it a challenge to bring these teachers up to speed and in a way that can fully provide these students. So I did not know if you were going to speak about this or if this was something that has already been proved, but that is what I was hoping to speak on after hearing your thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Cadigan. I will ask our Director of Human Resources, Emily Ellison. She might be able to provide some insight to some of your questions back in the hall.
Angie Reeder.
My name is Angie Reeder. My name is Angie Reeder, and today I would like to speak on behalf of Empower Nevada Teachers as one of their board members. I want to take a minute and start by thanking Dr. McNeil for the article in the Nevada Independent where you let the community know how underfunded our schools are and the struggles that our district are facing. Our group has had the opportunity to meet with many of the trustees. We've met with Trustee Cottle and Trustee Simon Holland to discuss our organization's goals and objectives while also having them share their perspectives on situations within the district. We look forward to meeting with Trustee Taylor after the election, and we welcome any other trustees that would like to meet with us. We all know that there are lots of issues affecting our district. I think you've heard that multiple times. They affect our staff and our students. But we have to keep working together, like the examples above, to continue to educate the public on these issues. February will be here before we know it, and we have to ensure that our legislators put education first. We want to continue working with our Board of Trustees and Superintendent McNeil to educate the public and make our education better.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reeder.
That's all I have for this item.
Thank you, JJ. All right, so then moving into the items for presentation, discussion, information, and action. Our first item up is 4.01. This is consideration of adoption of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-011, a resolution stating discrimination and harassment will not be tolerated and resolves to create a system-wide commitment to creating an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education. This is for possible action, and our presenters on this item are Dr. Paul Lamarca and the Director of our Equity and Diversity Department, Tiffany Young. And I see we have another presenter, so I will let.
President
Oh,
Ray?
I apologize. I forgot that I was going to just read something to clarify this agenda item. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that this presentation we'll be receiving is regarding an anti-racism resolution, which states that racism, discrimination, and harassment will not be tolerated in the Washoe County School District. WCSD is dedicated to ensuring equity, access, and inclusion for all. We recognize that when we speak of equity, we are not speaking only of racial and ethnic diversity, but equity based on gender, sexual orientation, religion, and abilities. During the past few months, my fellow trustees and I have heard many public comments referring to a board policy. The policy in question, Board Policy 1310, Political Activity in Schools, is not a new policy and has been in place for some time. However, I recognize, and I think some of my fellow trustees recognize that it is appropriate at this time to have the Board of Trustees discuss Board Policy 1310 to ensure that we are providing valuable direction and guidance to our schools, students, and staff. As president of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees and in support of Vice President Taylor's request, I have asked the board that Board Policy 1310, Political Activity in Schools, be brought to the Board of Trustees at the November 10th meeting. This meeting will be held in person and also live streamed on YouTube. Public comment is, as always, welcome. This meeting will be held at Galena High School beginning at 2 p.m., but this agenda item will not be heard until 4 p.m. or later. In these unprecedented times, we take great pride in making it a priority to ensure that we are protecting the civil rights of our students, and we are committed to embracing equity and culturally responsive practices in all facets of our organization. As we continue to focus on the challenges that lie ahead of us, including social justice, we will look at creating affinity groups and brave spaces where our students and staff can safely share lived experiences and build deeper connections. I want to thank all of you who have made public comment, sent emails, and contacted us on this important issue. As always, we welcome and value community engagement and respect those who share their views with us during public comment. We look forward to reviewing Board Policy 1310 and sharing the results of that review with our community. Thank you for that time, and I will now turn it over to Dr. Lamarca.
I'm sorry, Madam President, may I? Thank you. Excuse me, Dr. Lamarca. I just wanted to make it, I didn't make this clear when I requested the agenda item of that 1310 be reviewed. I wanted to also make sure I include my colleague, trustee Katie Simon Holland, because that was in discussion we had together. So it's really a joint request. I think I can go as far as to say that, and I wanted that to be included on the record as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have something?
Go ahead.
Okay, your light's on.
Go ahead. Is Dr. Lamarca going to go ahead? I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
President Raymond, Dr. McNeil, for the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. I am very honored that you're willing to have this item this evening, and I'm joined by these great colleagues, Tiffany Young, our Director of the Equity and Diversity Department, and two members of our Equity and Diversity Task Force, Sarah Thomas, who is a teacher in our school district, and Heidi Gravilis, who's a principal in our school district. We are here, why? And part of it is because in the past year, just before COVID and then through COVID, as a nation, we've witnessed several incidences that likely were influenced by racial prejudice that led to the killing of several individuals and the injury of another person. That includes Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and Jacob Blake. These are raw, they're recent, but unfortunately they're not new. There's a long history of this in our country. And so we felt like it was important to talk about this as a school district. Our district espouses that it welcomes and includes all individuals. And so this might be an important next step in fulfilling that obligation. Middle of August, Dr. McNeil and Dr. Taylor, through communication, asked me to begin crafting a resolution, shared with us a variety of resources from several post-secondary institutions, including policies and a couple of resolutions, and then also some information from various school districts, one of which was the Irvine Unified School District, and we used that as a template. We crafted that, we got it to our Equity and Diversity Department, to our Office of Civil Rights. They reviewed it, provided comment, we met as an internal team, and then it was shared with our Equity and Diversity Task Force. We've now had, I think, 6 to 8 meetings with that particular group in discussing the resolution, and so we're happy to bring that to you tonight. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Young, and she's going to take it from here.
There we go. For the record, Tiffany Young, Director of Equity and Diversity. I thank you, Board of Trustees, for allowing me to come before you today. Thank you, Dr. Lamarca, and to some of the representation here from our Equity and Diversity Task Force. I'd also like to acknowledge 2 of our staff members who are in the audience, Cassandra Lopez, who is an Equity and Diversity Specialist, and Manny Ortiz, who is also an Equity and Diversity Specialist. Pamela Janelle and Tony Montgomery cannot be with us today. As Dr. Lamarca talked about the Equity and Diversity Task Force and the work and direction as we lead into engagement around this resolution, it's often important for us to recognize, as he mentioned, that we are in very public and present times. They are not by any shape or form new, and that we have a task force that has a strong voice, thought, and opinion. And so the task force has been very involved in supporting the language, rebuilding, adding voice, asking questions, and ensuring that we as a district are truly leaning into this work of equity, culturally responsive practices, and an environment that's inclusive and welcome to all students, all families, and all staff. What you'll see is, as we talk about our task force, is that it is comprised, as you know, of students, school administrators, post-secondary partners, as well as community representatives. We have strong voices from our university, from our families, from our communities, from our district internally, as well as other external partners. The Equity and Diversity Task Force had great concern, great question, and great insight in this process. I do want to give a moment to both Sarah Thomas and to Heidi Gavrilis if they'd like to share just a couple of thoughts on that process during rebuilding and reworking some of the resolution.
Hello, I'm Sarah Thomas. I'm a Washoe County School District teacher. And one of the things that we focused on in those meetings recently in the Equity and Diversity Task Force is making sure that we do a lot of intentional work with that proclamation. So we went line by line through it to make sure that we're using the best language possible so that our meaning of inclusivity really is met, as well as making sure that we come up with a very thorough and thoughtful action plan that enables us to properly really implement this proclamation. So then it's more than words, it's actually something that we can live out every day and that best supports not only our teachers, but our students and our community as well. So then it's really a full-bodied living document.
Thank you. President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and members of the board, thank you for letting us come before you today and discuss a little bit of our work with the task force and the development of the resolutions that you have seen. As we know, in schools are kind of where the rubber hits the road. Students bring their full selves to school. And as our society struggles with positive discourse, so too do our students and staff. And we're really excited to share this resolution with you guys, thinking that this can help us to move forward together in a positive manner. We see it at the elementary level, at the middle level, at the high school level. Students are struggling to understand what's happening in a chaotic world. And honestly, so are staff members. We feel like some of these resolutions are real action steps that we can take to get to a more positive place. As Tiffany likes to say, moving from a safe space to a courageous place, to a place where we are leading and learning. And we see it with kindergartners, we see it with second graders, we see it with 11th graders. And I really am excited for you guys to review and discuss, particularly some of these action items related to reviewing curriculum, related to reviewing academic standards and understanding them through the lens of equity and social justice. I think it will help our educators and our staff members to take positive steps to support students in this challenging time. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi and Sarah. The thing I would like to add is that we have this conversation around the action plan, is that the board needs to understand that the Equity and Diversity Task Force was absolutely adamant not to stand behind the resolution if there was not an action plan. And so after we reviewed the resolution draft 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and on, we broke into subcommittees, and those subcommittees both worked on language and action. You will have, in addition to this draft resolution, the action plan that the subcommittees worked on. The collective Equity and Diversity Task Force came to a cohesive understanding of where we want to go. And what you want to know is that the bullet point that you see in the middle of there is that without an action plan, a resolution lacks meaning. And so our efforts and our goal is to ensure that we don't just have words on paper, but we have mission and purpose, and we do move from a safe space to a courageous and a brave space. We have a responsibility within our education system to ensure that it is inclusive and it is welcoming, and that, as we said earlier, our students, families, and staff can show up as their whole selves. So as we move through this work, we want to continue that the district is recognizing that it is time to shift, right? Shift happens, S-H-I, F as in fabulous, T.
I'd just like to add one quick comment. I do want to compliment Ms. Young on the incredible work that she has done. She's led in this district for the last several years. It's not that we haven't been doing action, it's just that we need to do more action and continued action and focused action. Through her efforts, through the efforts of her team, she has been working hard to build the capacity of all educators within our school district. And without her leadership, we would be in a lot worse situation than we currently find ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So it's my understanding that we're going to allow one of our Board of Trustees to read through the resolution and then also give some time for question and answers. But I do want to give credit to our Equity and Diversity Task Force. We have had people that have continually come together. We've had some very hard conversations. People have shared their true thoughts and voices, some in agreement and some in disagreement, as it should be, but we have a group that is committed to ensuring that there are equitable and culturally responsive practices happening throughout this entire district.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to ask Trustee Simon Holland to read the resolution today.
Thank you, Madam President. And I know I speak on behalf of all of the trustees, thanking all of you for the work on this. It was courageous work, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. So I will read Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-011. A resolution proclaiming discrimination and harassment will not be tolerated and resolves to create a system-wide commitment to creating an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education. Whereas the Washoe County School District is located in Washoe County, Nevada, with a total enrollment of more than 62,000 students, and our schools and staff have a significant impact on students, their families, and the broader community. And whereas the Washoe County School District has focused on equity and access for all students, in part by continually providing professional learning to all staff regarding equity, diversity, inclusion, cultural competency, and culturally responsive practices. And whereas the Washoe County School District promotes increased access to culturally responsive, rigorous coursework for underrepresented students, embeds academic, social, and emotional supports, integration of the principles of restorative justice, development of policies and regulations prohibiting discrimination and harassment, and utilization of professional learning communities as vehicles to build capacity in our staff to understand and respond to student needs. And whereas the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees believes that discrimination, harassment, and any form of racial injustice have no place in our community, our schools, or our district, and is distraught by the casualties and abuses related to discrimination and racial and/or social injustice, and is distressed for the families who have been destroyed and the loved ones lost. And whereas discrimination, harassment, and racial and/or social injustice severely and disproportionately impacts the African American community, the Latinx community, the Native American community, the LGBTQ+ community, and other marginalized groups, discrimination and harassment can impact economic outcomes, mental and physical health outcomes, and may have detrimental impacts on educational and academic outcomes. And whereas through our nation's and our community's history, institutional and structural racism and injustice, discrimination and harassment have led to deepening disparities across all sectors of society, including within our district, and have lasting negative consequences for our communities, cities, and nation. And whereas the Board of Trustees is committed to maintaining a culturally responsive, welcoming, and inclusive teaching, learning, and working environment where all students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members are welcome, treated with respect and dignity, and have a sense of belongingness. And whereas the Board of Trustees believes that discrimination, harassment, and racial and/or social injustice are in direct opposition to the district's critical work of providing all students with culturally responsive, welcoming, and inclusive teaching and learning environments. And whereas the Board of Trustees believes that the diversity in our community of students, staff, parents, guardians, and community at large is integral to the success of the district's vision, mission, and goals, and whereas addressing the needs of our marginalized learners requires a commitment to the value of diversity and acknowledgement that equitable access to all educational opportunities must be provided to students. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees stands firmly against all acts of individual and systemic discrimination, harassment, and racial and/or social injustice, stands hand in hand with our marginalized students, staff, families, and community, duly recognizing that there can be no tolerance for discrimination and vowing to continually reflect upon its mission, policies, values, and goals to ensure its commitment to anti-racism, discrimination, and harassment practices, programs, policies, and decisions. And be it further resolved, the Board of Trustees and district vows to commit to work proactively to identify class and cultural biases, as well as practices, policies, program decisions, and institutional barriers that negatively influence student learning, perpetuate achievement gaps, and impede equal access to opportunities for all students in order to work towards eradicating bias of any kind, including implicit or explicit biases and prejudices that affect student achievement, and to eliminate disparities in educational outcomes for students from historically underserved and underrepresented populations. And be it further resolved, the Board of Trustees and the district vows to commit to making decisions with a deliberate awareness of impediments to learning faced by students of color and/or diverse cultural, linguistic, gender or gender nonconforming, varying abilities, exceptionalities, or socioeconomic backgrounds, to openly talk, partner with multiple stakeholders, challenge, and confront discrimination, harassment, and racial injustice. And be it further resolved, the Board of Trustees and the district vows to commit to ensure that every complaint of harassment and/or discrimination targeting a member of our district community will be addressed by our district to ensure that all students and staff feel safe, welcome, and included as their authentic selves in our school and office environments. And be it finally resolved that the Board of Trustees believes that it is incumbent upon the district to educate our staff, students, families, and community about discrimination, harassment, and racial and/or social injustice, and is committed to continuing to critically examine and implement culturally diverse curriculum and practices, staffing, and professional learning for continuous improvement, and that this work must be done at all times and not just in times of acute awareness. And then hopefully will be adopted by the Board of Trustees of the Washoe County School District this 27th day of October 2020. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Trustee Simon Holland. All right, I'll turn it back to you, Dr. LaMarca and
So
Ms. Young.
just a final comment, and then we'll open up to the questions. Again, thank you for hearing this item. Certainly, we don't know how you will act tonight. I will tell you that, as stated by Ms. Young, without an action plan, a resolution really does not carry any meaning. The first action is the institutional support from the organization. So thank you for your courageous willingness to take this on and hear, and we are open to any questions you may have.
Well, thank you all. I know that this has been a lot of work, but also that it's been over a lot of time, not just the resolution, even really just the work of our district and really having these conversations. And I know that my conversations with Superintendent McNeil go back to early June about this resolution, and I feel really proud of our district that we didn't just turn around a resolution in a week to put something out there as a district, that there was so much thought and time and energy that included so many different voices to be able to get to this point, because this is so much more than a resolution. And to me, that includes not just the words of this resolution, but the accompanying action plan that goes with it. And so I'm just very proud of the work as a trustee and excited for the continuing work that we will see in this district based on the hopeful adoption of the resolution today. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Didn't see whose light went on first. Trustee Calvert.
Thank you. I just want to know, how are the teachers going to present this to the students? Is there curriculum, or how is this going to be taught?
Thank you for your question, Trustee Calvert. What we know is that as the size of the district is always an opportunity and a challenge, right? And the reality of how we implement conversations around curriculum and resources will take a little bit of time, but that doesn't mean that we have to wait. So we have resources that we've built in our department that can help and assist in some right now matters as we work towards the building and shifting around curriculum. Curriculum is not going to happen overnight, but it doesn't mean that teachers and educators cannot put this situation or conversation on pause. They can reach out to us, and we have several resources that can better equip them to initiate dialogue, to support students, or even shift them into some courageous conversations.
So will parents be engaged in this as well, or is this just going to be teacher to student?
We welcome all students, families, staff. We need to have the conversation with our families. We know that one of the guiding principles around our culturally responsive practices is that families are the first support and the foundation to what our students believe, think, and say. And so if we can balance those resources, whether we're working with Delisa Crane in the Family School Partnerships Department or working with families directly, but we want to ensure that the resources that we have available to teachers is also available to our families.
Question. So what would you do in a circumstance where you know that a teacher is being racially biased against a student? How would that be handled?
Well, they'd first have to come to me for me to be able to address it. And I think there's a layered approach. We have a system in our district where we have some accountability when we have actions that happen that cause harm to whether it be a student or a coworker. And then whatever that process is, whether they're working with Virginia Duran's office or they're working with Emily Ellison's office, they can come through training with us. We can provide some direct support, but we can't hold teachers accountable from an equity and diversity department standpoint. We have to follow the protocols that we have in place for the system, but we definitely can step in and do some capacity building to help change the outcome.
May I add that in the kind of scenario I think you brought up, our Office for Civil Rights would also be very involved in investigating that situation.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Ms. Young, because I know you lead the task force and those efforts. In fact, that was my first, I actually was on the task force before I joined the board, and I was impressed at that point with the diversity of the people in the room in terms of the areas that they work in, the various community stakeholders that were represented, as well as the involvement, engagement of people within the district, because all of that is necessary. And certainly, thank you to Dr. Lamarca for your work in this. You have always been supportive and always been an advocate in the area of diversity, and to represent Sarah and Heidi, to represent your colleagues. I think it speaks volumes to have you educators as an administrator as well as a teacher in the classroom involved in this process, and here to represent your colleagues and what it can mean to you in the classroom and in the school buildings. So very, very, very impressive work being done here. Dr. Lamarca, I know you were kind of given the assignment to go forth and make this, and so I really applaud your work. Something I want to say, and I will say this too, Dr. McNeil, I know that we were having a conversation as well, but this started in a conversation with you. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge you as the superintendent during the time when we have so much going on back during the time of June and July, to make the bold step and say, you know what, we want to work on this. This is something that's important. So I think it's just appropriate to acknowledge your leadership in that as well. I'm going to agree with the task force, and the real meat of this is in the action plan. That's really that's the real meat of it. And so I have a couple of comments about it, as well as a question in that. So as we consider the resolution, should we adopt it or whatever we consider, what does that do with the action plan? Is that a part of the motion? Is that separate? I'm not sure how that, Council, we may need your guidance. How does this fit into the action? How does the action plan fit into whatever action we take today?
So the board has the option of approving the resolution, and we know that the action plan is not fully set yet. And so we want to make sure that we have the opportunity to take the action plan back out to our task forces, our different types of community groups. But I know that, Ms. Young and the team, we're not quite ready yet with the fully baked action plan. And so we would ask that the board discuss and contemplate the approval of the resolution, with us being able to come back and provide additional updates around the work of the action plan.
Okay, I see, thank you. I see it says draft, so clearly it isn't finalized. I wanted to see the connection because I absolutely agree that this is where the real, I mean, as much work as I'm sure it took to put such a comprehensive resolution in place, the real work is in the action plan, as you know. And even though I know that this is a draft and the final version then will come to us, this is really meaty in the action plan. I really want to commend the task force. I mean, every issue I could think about in my mind is contained in this action plan, and it's really meaty. It's really comprehensive, and so I'm excited about the final version as it comes forth. So thank you for your work. This is really important work. It's difficult in a district such as ours that's going through our own changing and growing and adapting and our own introspection and all of that. So thank you for the courage for jumping into this, Dr. McNeil, for opening that door. And I'm going to really just encourage my colleagues to let's jump in and be brave as well and set the course for our district as we move forward in this very important area by approving the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you all for your work on this. I think the task force grew to 75 members. So I'm sure there were some great discussions in those meetings to get to this final product. So I definitely appreciate all the work done. We've received some emails with concern around the curriculum. So I know that hasn't really happened yet. So how can our community be involved in that process? What would you say to somebody that has concern about curriculum as far as the next steps in our district to bring this community into the process? What would you say to those individuals that maybe have concern about that?
Thank you, Trustee Caudill. I think one of the first things, because I get emails from the community as well, and probably on various sides of the board, but one of the first steps would be, I think we would have a responsibility to educate the community about what the curriculum actually says. Because there's oftentimes some misunderstanding or even miscommunication about what we provide or what's covered. So step one would be able to share with the community what is actually in place, and then our hopes and goals and plans of what to move forward with. We know that historically there has been bias in curriculum, whether it's in Washoe County School District or across the country. We often have one dominant voice that's led in the messages and materials that lands in our classroom, and we in education need to do a better job of having a broad scope so that we ensure that we build a cultural global worldview for our students. And so in that work, we need to let our community know, one, what's in place, and then two, where are we trying to go? We know that there are genuine concerns over even the phrase of anti-racism curriculum or anti-racism processes, but what does that actually mean in practice is the conversation that needs to take place next.
I appreciate that very much. I think that's just going to be a great opportunity for our district to outreach to our community to be a part of the process, because I do agree that I'm sure there's some of that out there. So I'm sure there's a lot more work to be done, but definitely appreciate the months that it took to put this resolution together, and I definitely look forward to the next steps for our district. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cotto. Trustee Manetto.
So,
Trustee Calvert, your mic is not on.
Well, it's trustee, sorry, thank you.
But
Have the students given you any input as to what they would like to see in the curriculum?
Yes, so the students that wrote the letter to you all several months ago after the protest, after the shooting and killing of several people that were listed in the opening and people that weren't listed in the opening, students have come to you all as a board. They've come to the task force and been involved and provided some input. They're also on various community groups that they've reached out. They've even reached out to the university and talked to Dr. Modomog about what is happening in their programs and the diversity, the DRI program. And so students have talked to us about what they want and what they need. We have some opportunity, though, to also build their leadership skills, because they're using language asking for anti-racism curriculum. But again, we have to be able to be intentional about spelling that out and be clear about finding out what it looks like and what they want. And so we need to recognize the bias that we have currently in curriculum to be able to shift to have true anti-racism curriculum that's provided. So students have shared their voices. They want to talk about everything from Black Lives Matter to social justice. They want to make sure that these are incorporated in their classrooms, but they also want to be in a brave space where they're learning as well. So we have had students that have joined us. They've been on both subcommittee and at the Equity and Diversity Task Force.
Let me add that Dr. Parks, Chief of the Office of Academics, and Kendra Fox have also hosted meetings with the student group, specifically talking about curriculum and instruction.
Trustee Minetto, back to you.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. So just so I'm understanding this right. So we're saying, yeah, we like this. We think it's great. And the action plan's coming later, but have we already said okay to the action plan? Sight unseen?
Well, if it was up to me, I say yes. But you all have a little bit of a protocol that you need to follow in the adoption of the resolution. And I think that what I heard Dr. McNeil say is that we will come back with an update as we go back to our task force on what the draft will look like. We're still in draft phase, but we want to make sure that the board, in reviewing of this resolution, understands that there is genuine meat in this action plan that should be considered as we move forward. The challenge will be is we want to ensure that we are not doing what we call lip service and saying yes to a resolution and not moving through with action. And so we want to also be careful about the action plan. So what I understand is that there's opportunity for you all to adopt this resolution and then accept us to come back with an updated draft within this action plan.
Let me add, too, that the board should remember that we have a strategic plan currently, and in it we embed many initiatives associated with culturally responsive practices, equity, and diversity, and that's been led by Ms. Young, and there is an existing action plan. I don't want to, I guess I am going to put her on the spot. I'd like Heidi to maybe talk a little bit. Heidi and Tiffany, as I recall, sort of co-led a group with administrators for several years where we had a fundamental around school climate. It was highly influenced by culture, equity sorts of issues. So this action plan provides focus. It's a renewed kind of momentum, but it's not as if the district has not been undertaking efforts. But this gives us sort of your mandate to work harder and go further than we have to date.
And I would just remind the board that the agenda item today is about the resolution, and that's sort of step one in this process. We can discuss the action plan as it relates to the resolution, but the focus for us today is the resolution, and then that action plan would come back for updates in the future. Just trying to make our legal counsel not kick me under the table anymore.
Okay, Heidi Gavrilis for the record. Principal Bohatch, I guess I forgot to advertise the opening of the new school, so thank you for everyone's support and of that opportunity. And thank you, Dr. Lamarca, for acknowledging that work that Tiffany had engaged with me for many years, trying to build institutional capacity of our administrators in doing this work of culturally responsive practices. And that is something that we worked on for many years together in the context of the LTL meetings. We met each month and supported different topics, gave folks tools, instruments, resources, and build skills around many of the questions, many of the kind of practical questions like Trustee Calvert was asking, trying to build the capacity of those who are on the ground to help teachers and to help students to work through many of these issues. So I see this as a renewed effort. This is a next step, and at such an appropriate time. So I would encourage you to support this resolution. But one of the things that the task force was so adamant about that Tiffany spoke on was We don't want to just make a proclamation. We don't want to just stop at a resolution. We definitely want to encourage you folks to look at those action steps as the next step in our work, in our journey together, to think about how we, once we have acknowledged some of the woes of our system, how do we work together to fix them? And how do we put those skills and resources into the hands of administrators and teachers and families? So thank you for the acknowledgement of that work, Paul, in the past. And thank you, Tiffany, for being such a brave voice. I have worked with Tiffany for many years and truly admire her spirit. At times, she is a lone voice. And I think we all need to commit to standing together and really adding the line of equity officer after each of our names. It shouldn't be Tiffany and Tiffany's department. It should be each of us taking the mantle of equity and culturally responsive practices together, all of us.
Thank you, Principal Gavarelis. That's very well stated. And great point. Vice President Taylor, your light is on. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, I do. Thank
Okay.
you, Madam President. What I wanted to say, and I think, and Paul mentioned it a little bit, and this might help my colleague Trustee Caldo and others of us who may have received some emails regarding, next steps and so on, is remember that next year we'll be writing another strategic plan, and something that we may want to or may not want to. It's a different board at that time, right? Make such a vital, critical part of the district should be expressed in that strategic plan in whatever way that board at that time thinks is appropriate. And that, to Trustee Caldo and to all of us, is when we want to encourage the community to be involved in the writing of the strategic plan. That's why it's such a lengthy, big process, so that all of those voices are brought in. Because it's important that all the voices are heard. So if students if they feel like they weren't heard enough, or if they maybe weren't on one of the student groups that have been involved, WEA will be involved. They'll take a look, but there are other teachers who may not be involved in WEA. All of those voices are important. Community members that are concerned about, man, if we add this, do we take that's that opportunity for everyone to really be involved when this is really codified and help to lay the direction, at least for the next 5 years, for the district. And in that, I would like to think that, and part of the conversation, and this is what I've been sharing with people as we've had some discussions around this, is when we start talking about inclusion, because that's the thing sometimes that makes people a little uncomfortable, inclusion does not mean exclude anybody. It means include everybody. And that's one of the things that needs to be very, very clear. So when you start saying, hey, inclusion, you don't say, hey, but we're not going to talk about this group or this group. It's make room for everybody. It's just pull up more seats to the table. It's not take other seats away. And when we really understand the importance of this work, and I'm hoping those community-wide conversations will help us get there, then people begin to understand, oh, I'm not losing the chair. I'm just going to scoot over. And then that can, okay, now let's have the conversation. You get to still be here too. So hopefully that will be a part of our conversation as we move forward in this and make those longer term decisions for the strategic plan.
Okay. And we can discuss that at strategic plan time. Any more questions or comments about that resolution? Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Kennedy, your light is very far away. It's hard to see it was on. And so we're just focusing right now on the resolution.
Yes. And I would like to say, I had the benefit of participating in work with Heidi and with Tiffany with culturally responsive practice, with our school climate over the years. And so I do appreciate what this looks like and what it can look like and how much it does take. I fully support this resolution, but also believe that, and I agree, that there has to be an action plan attached. And my question actually says, I'd like you to speak to, you have a current task force of, as you said, like over 75 people, which is really impressive, but we're talking about tens of thousands of people that we're hoping to influence and be guided by this resolution in light of some of the emails that we've gotten. And I think that it's going to be, it could be heated parts of it, for sure. Is there a plan for how we're going to bring this to the community and to the staff about what that would then look like?
I think that's the opportunity when we talk about moving from this safe space to a brave space. If we as a district adopt this resolution and we own that this is where we stand, then we want to be ready, and we're going to have to get real uncomfortable to lean into some of this dialogue. And what I would say is the expansion on what Dr. Taylor just said is that diversity is who we are, equity is the work we have to do, and inclusion should be the outcome. And so when we shift and do this work, that means we're going to have some really hard conversations. And that means we're going to have to press up against some people's core values, beliefs, and practices. So we're going to have to build our inner strength to hold some of these hard conversations and talk about some things that may make us really, really uncomfortable. But our goal is to educate all of our kids, build capacity for all of our staff, and ensure that our families feel like they're a part of this district.
Let me add, if I can, that as Ms. Young said at the beginning of her words, the task force is made up with other partners in addition to school district folks. We have many partners at the university. We have a representative from the AG's office who used to be local within law enforcement. We have a lot of community voices as part of that. I do want to comment on a recent meeting I had with one of the UNR members of our task force, and he was adamant about what you're saying right now. There needs to be almost an action plan regarding the implementation of the action plan. We have to work very closely with our communications office. We have to be very thoughtful in how we roll this out, how we communicate, how we include all voices. And I love that quote, by the way. I've never really thought of it that way. Sorry, that's a sidebar. But I think your point is well taken. This has to be communicated very carefully and very thoughtfully.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Will we have public comment after this? Yeah, okay. I did want to point out that I mentioned in my questions to the staff whether there was any intention to include potentially Asian Americans as a marginalized group. I know the response has been very appropriately that Asian Americans, at least during our lifetimes, have not been a traditionally marginalized group, but yet with the advent of COVID, we are becoming aware of discrimination against Asian Americans. So I wanted to offer to my colleagues the thought that perhaps they could be included in that. So I'd be happy to, I'd welcome your comments on that. And then I had another comment, Madam President.
Yes and yes.
I don't know if any of my colleagues have any thoughts about it as well.
Well, wouldn't that be a part of inclusion as far as including all subgroups, not just, okay, thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would concur. I think really, again, that's back to inclusion. That's everybody gets a seat. So, and if at any point there's some disparate treatment based upon that area that you may be marginalized in, that's from everybody. I mean, sure, it could be white guys, right? Whatever it is, whenever there's some disparate, that's not okay. So I concur. I agree wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
And our student representative, did you have something to add to that?
I just wanted to say thank you for doing this. I know it's really motivating as a student to be able to attend school and know that you're going to learn about your background and know that everyone's being included in what we're learning in the curriculum. I know I've spoken to the student-led groups that you're talking about, that you've been working with. We're all very motivated. They're all working very hard to be able to represent every student in the district. Through social media and their different groups, they're able to have that contact with different students. And it's just really motivating to be able to know that our voices are being heard and that you guys are working with us in order to be able to make that change. I just wanted to say thank you.
You are very welcome.
Thank you, Victoria. Great comment. Yeah, sorry, back to Katie.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to add that there isn't anything that anyone needs to fear from this. This is a positive step that, specific efforts to work to end the oppression of any groups in our great nation really only strengthen all of us and make us better. whether it's making our nation better, our community better, our district better. So I really applaud the work of the task force and the work of all the people throughout our district who are trying every day to confront their own biases and to move beyond them, to truly recognize the wonder and the talent and the potential of everyone in our district, students, staff, families, partners, that everyone has something to contribute. So I think we really, no one has anything to fear from this effort, and that ending oppression only makes all of us better. So I would listen for public comment, and then I would recommend that my colleague, Dr. Taylor, be able to make the motion.
All right. Well, I will see with our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, if we have any public comment on this item.
Mia Albright. After Mia will be Isabel de la Garza Gibson. And then Ruby Berg.
My name is Mia Albright. I'm a member of the Curricular Reform Student Group Washoe County Students for Change, and I stand with Diversify Our Narrative, WCSD. I also support the renaming of Hug High School after Dolores Feemster. I'm 16 years old and have been a student in Washoe County School District since 2nd grade. I've grown up in the system. I've built close relationships with peers, played soccer for my high school, and learned how to solve for X. And yet, I've never truly felt represented in my educational system in the world around me. As a biracial student who has both European and Nicaraguan heritage, I've struggled with self-identity. In elementary and middle school, I desperately wished to be solely white, embarrassed with my Latina ancestry. I would have done just about anything to fit in. When I returned to Reno after living in Managua, Nicaragua for a year, I realized that most of my classmates had no idea where Nicaragua was, reflecting the US and white-centric narrative being taught in classrooms nationally. I was overjoyed to hear about the intent to create proposed Resolution 20011. The district included Washoe County Students for Change in the formulation of the resolution, and we greatly appreciate the Washoe County School District valuing our voices in this process. The proposal adopts a strong stance against discrimination and harassment while committing to creating an inclusive and anti-racist education. I urge the Board of Trustees to approve this resolution. Please take a decisive measure to combat racism, xenophobia, and homophobia. If approved, Resolution 20011 will be a significant step in creating a school district that works for and represents all of its students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Albright.
Isabel de la Garza Gibson. Ruby Berg. Ava Boehm Jackson.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabel de la Garza Gibson. I'm a student of Reno High School, but I am currently attending North Star Online Academy as a junior. I am here on the behalf of Washoe County School District Students for Change. Washoe County has put a ban on teachers openly supporting Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ identity. However, our school district has a wide diversity in students attending our schools. With our large student body, 1,500 students' lives have become controversial in saying that they matter. With our large student body, along with the 3,000 biracial students, why are those lives so controversial? Why has an anti-racist environment become a controversial topic within our school district? In addition, our teachers are unable to create a safe spot for our LGBTQ students. They should feel safe within our school walls. Washoe County has a zero tolerance policy on bullying, cyberbullying, sexual harassment, and discrimination in any school, educational programs, places of employment, and work opportunities. However, the policy that you put in place is discriminatory. It shows that there is a lack of information and understanding in Black Lives Matter. The Black Lives Matter movement is not to discriminate against any race. It is to confront the unjust racial profiling within our society and police brutality. With the political season tension, these topics have become controversial and uncomfortable to talk about. However, if a topic is uncomfortable to talk about, it could mean that the conversation needs to happen. In conclusion, please support the resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. De La Garza Gibson.
Ruby Berg, Ava Boehm Jackson, Natha Anderson.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ruby Burge, and I am a junior at Reno High School representing Washoe County Students for Change. And I'm here today to support the proposed resolution as it commits to an anti-racist and inclusive school environment. School should be a safe place that supports and welcomes all students regardless of race, gender, or sexual orientation. And there's a lot in our current system that doesn't uphold this standard. For instance, policies that consider the Black Lives Matter movement and LGBTQ+ expression to be political statements. In addition, there's a severe lack of focus in classrooms when it comes to anti-racism and topics related to LGBTQ+ and BIPOC history. I personally believe that you can't pick and choose history, and by neglecting to teach all parts of history, you're neglecting to create well-rounded individuals, thus failing your students and community. We have an absolutely amazing and diverse community here in Reno, and the district's practices don't always reflect that, which is severely disappointing. So yes, there's a lot of change that needs to happen, and it needs to happen now because there's no better time like the present. And I feel that this resolution would be an amazing kickstart to that change. So yeah, thank you. Thank you all. That's super important work that you're doing, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Berg.
Ava Boehm Jackson, Natha Anderson, Isabel Peralta.
Hello, I am Ava Boehm Jackson, and I'm an 11th grader at Reno High School. I first want to thank you all for letting me and my peers share our opinions. I am here today to share my deep concerns regarding Washoe County School District's policy that prevents teachers from showing their support for Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ+ youth. And I'm also here to express the essential need for an anti-racist and inclusive curriculum. When you label Black Lives Matter as a political viewpoint that cannot be expressed by teachers, you are directly engaging in the political act of exclusion. This sends a message that the lives of our students of color and LGBTQ+ youth have less value because it is an election year. Dismissing the value of your students' lives because it is too political undermines a quality education for all. Encouraging teachers to remain silent in the face of racial injustice is unacceptable and will not be tolerated by the families of Washoe County School District. I believe that every student, no matter their skin color or sexuality, deserves to be supported and respected in the classroom. I would hope that the people making decisions about my education feel the same way. And I am asking you today to reflect this in your actions as a school district. I also stand with Washoe County School District Students for Change and the proposed resolution of 20011. We must start teaching about the history of race and queer expression. I have been lucky enough to grow up with parents who show me where my textbooks failed, but it is not our parents' job to reteach racist history because our classrooms are failing to provide information in an inclusive and supportive way. It is the school district's job to incorporate inclusive teachings into everyday education because ultimately, the school district should represent its student body population. An anti-racist and comprehensive curriculum would not only benefit students of color and LGBTQ+ youth, but rather all of us, and will shape our students into great leaders who lead with equity and a greater respect for human life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Boehm Jackson.
Natha Anderson, Isabel Peralta, Zoe Keeley Busboom.
Good evening, Natha Anderson on behalf of the Washoe Education Association. I just wanted to first start off with very much in support of this resolution, but also wanted to start off echoing what Dr. Lamarca has stated earlier. Tiffany ran an incredibly efficient meeting, probably every week it felt like at one point, on an incredibly difficult conversation. You know how there's the phrase ducks in a row? She was always that calm. She always made sure that there were ducks in a row, even though many of us were kind of like squirrels at a rave, because we were all over the place. There were so many things to talk about and so many issues, and yet somehow she took a very difficult subject, a very emotional subject, and was able to create a thoughtful, inclusive, and strong resolution. It was this ability to listen to so many different points of view that allowed for not only a strong resolution, but a very strong draft plan of how to make sure that they're just not words on a page. This was an item of great concern for many of us. It's one thing to write something down. It's another thing to make sure it becomes a reality. The draft plan that was presented in the agenda is in depth. It's an action plan. It clearly shows that our district does not just want to make an empty promise. They actually want to make changes. I ask for your support for this resolution, and then also, again, wanted to thank Tiffany and the equity and diversity staff for all of the work that they put into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Isabel Peralta, Zoe Keeley Busboom, Liloni Simpson.
Hi, my name is Isabel Peralta, a recent graduate of Galena High School's class of 2020 and current student at Stanford University. I'm speaking to you today on historically Washoe land on behalf of Washoe County Students for Change and Diversify Our Narrative. First, I'd like to support the renaming of Hug High School to be named after Dolores Feemster. Second, I fully support the passing of the anti-racism and anti-discrimination resolution presented today. It's a step forward in the right direction because it's an important step to our education being intersectional and proactive to the challenges our students face rather than reactive. I'm really happy that the school board has offered space to student contributions, and I'm really grateful for our collaboration. I want to highlight the collaborative effort behind it and the emphasis in changes being actionable, inclusive, and deliberate. It's in the spirit of this progress, one that I recognize is resonating with the news of discussing it on 1310 on November 10th, that I remind Washoe County students, staff, and the board members to think critically about their future actions in the context of race and identity. I urge people to understand that the resolution is only one step towards the goal of making sure our district is safe and loving to all of its members. For this reason, I urge the board to, in the spirit of the resolution and in the spirit of many student and teacher voices presented to you, to reverse your decision and interpretation of Policy 1310 on November 10th. The board's position on Policy 1310 contradicts the points made in the drafted resolution because students and teachers already shrouded in social insecurity are now more directly confronted with justification for the bigotry and harassment they may receive. Once again, being reactive does nothing to protect students and staff. Being proactive and recognizing the harm of this decision and reversing it is the best way to protect your students. One of the worst aspects of being from a marginalized community is in public education is sitting through debates about your own existence. Racial gaslighting, whether partaken in willingly or unwillingly, is something that breaks down at the identities of people of color. Tone policing is when people or institutions of power express that there are appropriate ways of expressing yourself and inappropriate ways of doing so, used most often in the cases of people of color or LGBT folks asking for the bare necessities. I want to reemphasize that there are students who are bullied relentlessly for being gender nonconforming, as I've watched at my own high school, and kids across the country bullied into suicide for being who they are. I want to reemphasize that Black Lives Matter and Pride symbols only share the root ideas of what the drafted resolution commits to, which is uplifting the voices of the marginalized and acting with equity. I'm happy to see the steps taken in this resolution and the action items being including inclusive curriculum, hopefully that encompasses Stonewall and Juneteenth and other events. And I encourage its approval. Nevertheless, please consider and please reverse position on 1310 in addition to approving this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Peralta.
Zoe Keeley Busboom, Lilione Simpson, John Eppolito.
Hello, my name is Zoe Keeley Busboom. I'm a junior at Reno High School. I'm here today to show my support of Board Resolution 20-011. This resolution will create a system-wide commitment to creating an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education. This will greatly influence our district to ensure that everyone feels safe and included at school. When we go to school, whether a student, teacher, or administrator, we're supposed to feel as if we're welcome and represented. But for many marginalized communities, this isn't the case. To truly demonstrate commitment to this resolution, teachers need to be able to show support for Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ+ in schools. If teachers are able to express support for Black Lives Matter and support of the LGBTQ community, students and faculty will feel as if they're being represented. This is why I stand in solidarity with the request of Washoe County Students for Change / Diversify Our Narrative to reverse the Washoe County School District policies that consider Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ as political. This is an immensely harmful policy since the students won't feel as if they're being represented. We can't tell students that we value who they are and their identity if their identity is a political statement. If the district is serious about wanting to ensure that students feel included and that their education is unbiased, teachers must be able to discuss Black Lives Matter and topics pertaining to the LGBTQ community. They also need to be able to show support for their students to know that they have an ally. Unfortunately, the district has taken this opportunity away. We also request that there is an inclusion of anti-racist text in all subjects in classroom, a list of which Washoe County School District Students for Change provided in their July 21st letter. The inclusion of topics pertinent to LGBTQ and BIPOC history, and the reevaluation of Washoe County School District hiring practices to value diversity. As a school district, we need to work to represent our students and make them feel supported. I support the resolution 20-011, but if the district is truly serious about making these changes in our school, then we need to see the changes as I've mentioned above. We can't allow for students in these populations to go unnoticed and unsupported. Although the resolution will help to make these changes, it won't do enough, which is why we're asking the board to implement the change. The horrifying truth is that 2 in 5 LGBTQ youth in the United States have seriously considered suicide in the past year. That means that 40% of these members of this community considered suicide. As a district, we need to work to combat this and ensure the students feel represented when they're in schools. By not allowing teachers to show their support to these students because it's considered political is extremely harmful. In Washoe County School District, we have a 3% population of African American students. By telling teachers that they're not allowed to support Black Lives Matter is undermining the lives of 1,600 students in Washoe County. The percentage may seem small, but they are still students in our district, and their life still matters. This isn't about politics. This is about student rights and student lives. Your students' lives shouldn't not be viewed differently in election season. Please consider the immediate implementation of these actions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Keeley Busboom.
Lilione Simpson, John Eppolito.
Hi, my name is Lilione Simpson. I'm rather new to this, so I'm kind of nervous, but I'm a senior at Worcester High School. I've come with the Washoe County School District Students for Change today, and I'd like to share my personal story. I have struggled with my self-identity as I was born intersex. However, I identify with the female side of me. It was a battle within, and the first person I ever came out to was a teacher in this district. The environment her class held made me feel comfortable in allowing me to express my gender identity. I wouldn't be here today without her. I wonder how many students share their similar story to mine, but showing support of the LGBTQ+ community shouldn't be a political statement or seen as disruptive. The way someone chooses to identify themselves, whether it be gay, trans, or non-binary, should not be political. Them existing in this world should not be a political statement, yet this district's restriction upon any teacher voicing their support or having a healthy discussion upon this matter made it a political statement. Now, as you all can see, or hopefully can see, I'm a woman of color. I am Native American to the Lakota tribe of South Dakota and Native Hawaiian. As an Indigenous woman, I was rarely taught the history of my people. We are on the Washoe people's land, yet I've never heard their stories. But even on the rare instances where Indigenous people were brought into discussion, it was only to discuss the atrocities colonizers committed. My people are more than what colonizers did to them, and overall, the current school curriculum falls flat on teaching history that is not Eurocentric. On the topic of race, I have been profiled based upon the color of my skin multiple times in my life. From when I was young, from as young as 8 to now, me being 17. If we had taught kids to accept one another while also acknowledging our differences, maybe this type of racism would cease to exist. We need to create a healthy environment of discussion that allows us to acknowledge our differences, yet embrace one another. But why must minority groups wait for a thumbs up to be able to have their history and culture taught outside the Eurocentric/white dominant teachings? Have we not waited long enough? We should be able to provide the means in the form of education to allow students to express themselves while also learning from each other's experiences. I am full support of an anti-racist inclusion teaching in the school's environment from this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. You did a great job. Pro level.
John Eppolito.
Hi, my name is John Eppolito, and I'm with Protect Nevada Children. One of the things that dawned on me while you guys are speaking about diversity and children of color, the data that's stored in SANE and Infinite Campus, we all know, most of you on that board realize this will likely more negatively impact children of color than it's going to negatively impact white children. Unfortunately, none of you will speak up. And I find that frustrating. For example, we all know, no one will dispute this. I've heard this board talk about this more than once. There's more discipline entries for children of color than there are for white kids, especially boys. And we know all that data is entered in Infinite Campus and SANE, and that data we know lives forever. But no one will speak up and say anything. Ms. Taylor. I know also Don Gallimore and Lonnie Feemster also realize this data has the potential to more negatively affect children of color. And they too are frustrated at this board. Now, I'm going to take that hat off. I'm not speaking for anybody but me right now as a parent. I've had 4 kids in the district. Ms. Young wants parental involvement. Here's some right now. I don't believe most of this work that you're doing right now should be happening at this time. I think if you listen to Empower Nevada teachers, the district is on fire. These teachers are stressing out, they're leaving the field, they're getting shingles, all kind of things are happening. The mental health of the teachers is what we should be talking about. Anybody in that district office who has a teaching credential should be doing online learning. Anybody in that district office who doesn't have a teaching credential, are they really necessary? You shake your head at the right time, Kristen, that's great, and I know you care. I know everybody up there cares. But what do? The teachers are struggling. Why are we spending hours on this and all the other stuff that you guys talk about? Everything should be focused on improving learning for the kids, and that's not what's happening right now. Sorry, I get frustrated. I've been watching Empower Nevada teachers talk to you guys. Oh man, maybe I shouldn't watch that. Maybe I should just sit down. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
Those are all the cards I have. The board also received emails from Katie McPherson, Nancy Johnston, Dale Smith, Victoria Thompson, Cheryl Laguna, and Thea Mayberry.
Thank you, JJ. Before I pass it over to Vice President Taylor, I know Dr. McNeil wants to provide her recommendation.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. Thank you for members of the board, and thank you very much, Dr. LaMarca, Ms. Young, obviously Sarah and Heidi, for all of your work. I truly appreciate, this has been a long time coming, and I truly support, and I would hope that the board would support the adoption of this resolution. I look forward to the continual discussion around, as we come to November 10th, Board Policy 1310, and clarifying miscommunications within our community around that issue as well, too. So with that, my recommendation is to approve and to continue the work around the action plan.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. All right, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And it is with great honor and really appreciation for the work and anticipation of what's to come that I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-011, a resolution stating discrimination and harassment will not be tolerated, and resolves to create a system-wide commitment to creating an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I was wondering if we could add Asian Americans to the list of the marginalized groups. Trustee Dr. Taylor.
I'll take that as a friendly.
Okay.
Then I would second.
Okay. We have a motion from Vice President Taylor and a second from Trustee Simon Holland. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you all again for the incredible work.
Thank you for having us all, and you all are now equity champions if you put your
Saw
little
that,
clip
yeah.
on there. So thank you very much.
So if we had said no, we couldn't keep it? Okay.
Okay, our next agenda item is agenda item 5.02, which is a review of case incidents in schools, adequacy of staffing levels, and other applicable factors, as well as data indicators used to assess COVID-19 community risk, to include but not limited to completed risk assessment forms, test positivity, community-wide case rates and hospitalizations, and if data indicators suggest very high risk or above for up to 7 days, the Board of Trustees will consider relevant action, which may include but are not limited to changes to learning models. This is for possible action. Again, we have not been at that 7 days of very high risk, but because of the elevated levels in the community, and in consultation with Dr. McNeil, we wanted to ask Dr. LaMarca to just give us some information on where we are in the COVID incidents in our schools. So, thank you.
President Raymond, Dr. McNeil, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. Again, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. JG, can we go to the next slide? So, as President Raymond did mention, we have been, the meter has gone into the upper orange region. It's been there for several days now. I haven't looked at it today, actually. It was yellow for a while. It's moved into orange. Yesterday, at least, we were at 8.5. Next slide. Again, as part of the meter, there are several different indicators that are looked at. Risk assessments, which are really an indicator of how many people are wanting to be tested. Test positivity, which is of those tested, who test positive. Daily new cases, and that's converted to cases per 100,000. Medical interventions due to COVID and hospital capacity. What you see below are the actual scores for those indicators. We've got a score of 2 right now in risk assessments. Earlier, when we were considering the use of the meter, we were at a 1 with this particular indicator. Test positivity is at a 2 right now. This has gone up a bit. It's at 9.0 right now. Daily cases are too high, and we got a score of a 3. And then our medical interventions due to COVID has creeped up to 1.5. And this was at 0.5 for a long period of time. It remains 0 at general hospital capacity. But this, of course, is an indicator that's very meaningful. It's lagging a little bit, but we have to have the capacity to serve the community. This is our dashboard. As you know, we've been updating this on a regular basis 3 times a week. It's all based on information we receive from the Washoe County Health District. We're receiving a lot of different information from the Washoe County Health District. And so again, as we've talked about in the past, the upper sort of tier is community-wide data. You see the meter rating, the cases per 100,000 and test positivity. In the middle range, you see cases among school-age children. Now, I need to emphasize that school-age children does not mean Washoe County School District children. It means children living throughout Washoe County. There was an article this weekend in the Indy, I'm going to call it the Indy, in which the Washoe County Health District did indicate that there had been 70 cases, and I believe they talked about that, attributing that specifically to Washoe County schools, to the Washoe County School District. I do not believe that's an accurate statement. Based on the information that we have received from them, in that time frame, there have been 21 cases within our schools involving students and 9 cases involving staff within our schools. The difference is that it's not a school-specific case if a person comes down with the virus, but they have never been infectious within our schools. That's an important distinction. It is also the case that there are a lot of schools in Washoe County that aren't part of our school district. There are charter schools, there are private schools, and so some of the cases that were being referenced actually were from those locations. I do want to just mention again that piece about if a person is infectious on campus. Last time we met, there was some comment, and there may be again tonight, and of course we welcome that and open to that, where there was some confusion about, hey, we know this is happening in one particular building, how come it's not reflected in the data? At least in one of those instances, as we kind of chased it down a little bit, 2 individuals had become positive with the COVID virus, but they were never within the school setting while they were infectious. So those will not show in our school-specific data. At the bottom tier is our school-specific data. We've had cases in 58 of our schools, and also, and not shown here, is we've had cases in 3 or 4 of our district properties. We have 21 active cases in schools, or 21 schools with active cases, and there were 4 new schools over the weekend that were added to the list. 13 new student cases, 15 active cases. You can read those totals. The Washoe County Health District, because of close contact, has excluded roughly, I'm sure as of today it's above 900,000, but as of the update, which was earlier today, it was 899 students.
900 students, not 900,000.
Oh, did I say 900,000? That's a lot of students. Sorry for confusing it, what's already a very confusing topic. So this is just a trend. We were looking at this previously of new case rates per 100,000. You do see it's risen. This is community-wide data. Next slide, JJ. This we showed last time. This is the converted data to cases per 100,000. The blue line is folks 19 years of age and older. The orange line are folks 11 to 18 years of age. The yellow line are our youngest children, and the green line are our 5 to 10-year-old children. Again, this is community-wide. This is not just our schools, but we do see that the rise is more associated with 19 and above than the school-age population. Next slide. So we are kind of where we were 2 weeks ago. I will tell you that I know folks are concerned because we've been in that orange region. That's a high-risk region. So I'll leave that to you. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer or try to answer those, and I'm sure Dr. McNeil can as well.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. Any questions right off the bat? Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Lamarca, I think it is really worth reiterating the distinction between the school district cases and the frequency within the greater population for the same age cohorts. I have been one that was very concerned, and I know all of us are very concerned about the impact of the very large population which we serve every day of students and staff, that we would be risking incidents because of our large population. And I'm relieved to see and very heartened to see the lower incidence that we have of children and staff in school than children out of school. That being said, I know that we have had some emails, and I know it's certainly been talked about in the news, challenges with contact tracing. I don't know if Margaret Allen is here today, but I know that we've had issues within the greater community and also within the district. So maybe you could comment on that, or whoever else could comment on the contact tracing. We know that that's really critical to get that done quickly so that we don't have people who are infected in the student or staff population at school.
I can speak briefly, and then perhaps Dr. McNeil has comments she would add. I do not believe Margaret is here this evening. She's probably working cases right now. As we see this increase in the community as a whole, especially with that 19-year-old and above population, it's taxing the resources available at the Washoe County Health District. The folks that are doing contact tracing are working feverishly. I do believe they have experienced possibly some of their own exclusions because of the kinds of things that are affecting all of us. And so that has also put a strain. They continue to prioritize pediatric cases. They continue to prioritize all of our Washoe County schools cases. We did recently send a message to all of our principals urging them to speak with staff to just talk to them about how critical it is to be available and to return calls as soon as possible when you are contacted by the Washoe County Health District regarding one of these incidences. It is something we're very concerned about. It is contact tracing, as I am told from Heather Kerwin, who was before you last time we met. It's a more effective strategy when you aren't in the middle of a rise, but it is still something that we have to continue to do. We would always do that. We need more resources.
And I'll just add really quickly, thank you very much, Dr. Lamarca. I was glad to see Dr. Lamarca, myself, and Dr. Taylor attended the mayor's task force meeting last night, and we brought this forward as far as one of the issues. And you have to have a combination of a strong testing program in concert with a contact tracing program, which we know, thankfully, with the Washoe County Health District as well as our partner Renown, we do have a very robust testing program in place. However, we have made it known that we do need more support around the contact tracing efforts. And so I have put that forward. We brought it forward to the mayor's task force. And then a little bit later in the presentation, I'll talk about a couple of important meetings that are coming up this week as well, too.
Yes, go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you, Madam
Trustee
President.
Simon Hall.
I had an opportunity to visit some schools today. I was here at North Valleys High School, I was at O'Brien Middle School, and I was at Lemon Valley Elementary School. And I just want to thank and deeply honor the educators and the staff members at our schools who are doing such a tremendous job. Just incredible dedication, really an inspiration in the face of very difficult, challenging circumstances. And I also want to thank the students, and please take that back, Student Trustee Gomez, because students are really pitching in. Our young people are managing how they walk in the halls, they're managing how they work in the classroom, they are managing their social activities, certainly while they're at school. I don't know what they're doing outside of school, but just my hat is off to everyone. I think it's tragic that we have any cases. We know that we would rather not have any cases, But I think the work that everyone is doing together to facilitate and to comply with those safety protocols has just been extraordinary in this district. So Superintendent McNeil and to the entire staff, to students, to families, and the community, just thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I just want to, one, concur with what my colleague said. You know, I've been doing a lot of videos and posting a lot of stuff, and I'm always sure to thank the people in the buildings. Because the only way we have numbers where our numbers are lower than the general population for those age groups, as well as for the general population as a whole, is because of the job that's being done. We were all so concerned, and rightly so, you know, going into the school year about keeping the schools safe and the environment safe and the surfaces safe and will children wear their mask and all of these things. And it's certainly not to say that the educators aren't really being pushed and stretched, because they are. It's a very difficult environment. So I certainly don't want to not acknowledge that. But the work that they're doing in some very difficult, under very difficult circumstances is just really to be commended. I've been out in the community talking to a lot of people, and I was speaking with a teacher at one of the schools in our district, and he said, you know, I want to be very honest with you. He said, I was really mad at you guys for sending us back to school. So I was really mad. I was very concerned, you know, for all the reasons that we're all concerned. And he said, you know, now we're going into week number 9. I feel a lot better about it. I'm really glad you did it. And he said he feels like that he's safer at school than just about any other place in the community. And I, you know, we've all had a lot of conversations, but that one really struck me because he was saying, look, I want to be honest, I was mad. You know, I was really mad at you guys. And so he said, but I've moved because he's watching and learning and seeing what's going on. And I was just grateful for being back in school and that everyone is doing the best job that they can, and it's certainly making a difference in the building. So.
Thank you. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. LaMarca, thank you for your work on this. I was hoping that you could give us a brief update on how our partnership with Renown is going, how many staff members they're seeing, how are staff feeling about that partnership? Are there things that we need to improve upon going forward? If you could just give us in the community, a brief update on that partnership. Thank you.
I'm afraid I'm not probably the best person to answer that. I know our partnership has been going very well. Testing has been seamless at the South Meadows location. I know that we've got employee nurses that are working with staff, steering them in the right direction. I know Emily Ellison, and she may be here, has been working very hard, as well as risk management to make sure all the billing is occurring as appropriate. I haven't personally heard any concerns with it, but it's not something that I've been intimately involved with.
Looks like we have Emily Ellison here to provide a little more information on that one.
Great question. I can share some anecdotal feedback because I went through the process myself. Thankfully, I'm not COVID positive, but it was a great experience, seamless. They've got a great drive-through testing facility. I think the only negative feedback that we've received so far is if employees haven't gone through the employee health nurse, and maybe they've obtained a test through another source, they might not have had a similar experience, and so they've questioned maybe how they ended up in this lane versus that, because they may have received direction from a colleague or a friend about how to go about getting the test. But outside of that, we've received very positive feedback. I know that our employee health nurses are extremely busy, and so I think that's the other kind of data point is, you know, the turnaround time, they're getting to everybody as fast as they can. But of course, when people are feeling anxious about whether or not they've been exposed or are at risk for having the virus, then of course there's a heightened level of anxiety. But overall, the feedback is very positive.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are we encouraging our staff then, if they're concerned about exposure to go through this process, or are we seeing staff that are choosing to do a different route? Is there any confusion in the system about how they go about this, or is it pretty seamless that they know this is an option to use if they would like?
I think just given the volume of our staff, right, we may not have reached every individual, but there is widespread knowledge about the testing program. I think we may get some questions about asymptomatic testing in the absence of an exposure, and so there's still a little bit of education happening there around what scenarios are most appropriate for testing. But by and large, people that believe they may have been exposed or believe they're exhibiting symptoms are taking advantage of the program.
Thank you. I just have one more question, if that's okay. This partnership, is it indefinite? Are they telling us there's a timeline to where this partnership is going to last? Has that conversation happened with them as far as providing this service?
That's a good question. I know that we did sign an agreement with them, and so I will have to get back to you on the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add really quickly, because of our foundation funding, we were able to provide support for employees that may not have the insurance. So we know that our employees who are covered with insurance absolutely received the testing. And then because of that additional funding, we were able to provide testing for those employees that may not have that insurance. And then also to your question as far as our employees knowing that, we did want to reiterate, so we actually put it in our Monday message yesterday to all of our employees to follow up. But one of the I think highlights of working with Renown is the quick turnaround on the testing program. And then we are also working with the Nevada Department of Education on the federal antigen rapid test that has been delivered to states from the federal government. So we're continuing to work on that and getting clarification from the NDE as around that testing.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. I've been to 12 schools in the last couple of weeks, and I would like to say, Dr. McNeil, you should be very proud. The policies are in place and people are adhering. I was shocked, as I said the last meeting, that how wrong I was about middle schoolers, that they will wear masks. Well, I'm here to tell you pre-K will and kindergarten. And students are wearing masks. There's great signage. You see people adhering. Students learn. Hallways are marked. Students know how to use the restrooms. I mean, the number of policies and the number of procedures that are visible in every school is really admirable. I mean, nothing is perfect, but things are in place. The last time we were here, Dr. LaMarca, we had talked, I asked you a question about exclusions, though. Do we have any, because we're up to 899 exclusions, but when I have been speaking with principals, they were saying that it's not just the number of cases that they've had, but looking at numbers of days that students and staff are out are things that in different schools have become a concern. And that I think as a district, those are the things we have to worry about, because one case can cause so many days of exclusion across so many areas.
Trustee Kennedy, thank you for that reminder. We did follow up, and I know the Office of Accountability is looking at that. We will provide that data as soon as we can. I am not prepared to give it to you tonight, though.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. Well, I want to thank Dr. LaMarca and Superintendent McNeil, and I think probably the communications team. When we met a few weeks ago, we did talk about kind of how can we work with our students, our staff, and our entire community to get some messaging out there about safety at home and during the holidays. And I know there's already been a lot of work done to try to help with that. And Dr. McNeil is going to give us a little bit of an update on that, I think, in a few minutes here. But I just want to thank you all for quickly acting on that. And I'll just take another moment to really urge our families and our community as a whole to, again, just think about your choices right now and prioritizing your risks. I think, as a family, it's something that we talk about almost every day, it feels like, and where we're assessing those risks and considering what feels safe to us. And we have really prioritized the need for my husband, who's a nurse, to go to work and my daughter to go to school. And we are trying to eliminate risk in every way outside of that to try to keep them safe so that they can continue to do the important things that they need to. I have more flexibility to be able to work from home. And we've had to have the tough conversations with a sixth grader who is really excited about Halloween to decide that it's not worth it to go to the party that she was invited to, that we're gonna, have pizza outside with a couple of her friends so they can show off their costumes, and we're not trick-or-treating. And, these are just these ongoing decisions that we as a community have to prioritize what is important to us. And I really hope that the community sees this increase as an opportunity to reevaluate and to think about those, important factors, being able to have your kids go to school, being able to go to work yourself so that we can keep the numbers down. Maybe that means not having a family gathering this weekend. So I do have one question, and I apologize if I missed it. For the risk meter, that's just a component of what we're looking at. I see we're at, I think it's actually maybe 9 today, or 8.5. Sorry, I'm wondering when do we know what the number is that switches us to very high risk?
A 9 would switch us over
to very high risk. Okay.
Yes.
So that is, again, one of the factors, and it's based on a number of different indicators. I know in the meeting that was held last night, was there any discussion about what is it that's going to push us over to the 9?
There was very robust discussion really around a couple of different indicators. There's some, I don't want to call it confusion, but there are differences in how you would consider bed use at the hospitals. That's one. And if with a different methodology, we could see an uptick in scores there. Risk assessments as well, that has already gone up. But there are more and more folks that are looking for tests. And I think there it's kind of the opposite discussion. It is really trying to better identify who is seeking tests and why. Because in some instances, large groups are being asked to test for precautionary purposes, which may inflate that risk assessment indicator. All I can say is I know that task force, which is heavily influenced by several different physicians, state level physicians and local physicians, obviously, and many other folks as well, they're very interested in that meter reflecting what's actually happening in the community. So they want to reinforce that meter itself, just like this whole pandemic, is a dynamic situation. They could change the methodology, and it could change some of the scores. And to the extent that occurs, I know that they are going to communicate that regularly. I think they did talk about some biweekly updates and also some community press events whenever the meter changes color, and trying to get in front of that. So sort of emphasizing the message you just emphasized. This is an opportunity now for us to do some things differently so that we don't go up. So I don't know what's going to change. I really don't. But it could affect the coloring.
Thank you. I appreciate all the updates. Any other questions? Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. So I just wanted to put on the record, so we have been invited to attend, myself, the superintendent of Clark County School District, the state superintendent, and the governor has asked us to attend a meeting tomorrow morning regarding the safe reopening of our schools. So I will be attending that meeting. We have sent our outbreak response plan as well as our reopening plan so that we are able to have a very engaging conversation around how to reopen schools. But I'm exceptionally proud of the work of our district, not the least of which is our staff in our schools, our students and our families really taking this very, very seriously. We talked about it at our principals meeting last week, that we have to continue to be vigilant. And just this, the feeling around COVID fatigue, that we have to push through that for all the right reasons to make sure that our schools are the safest place there for our families and our students and our staff. Also on Thursday, we have been asked by Caleb Cage, who heads the mitigation task force meeting, to attend an emergency meeting for the response to Washoe County's uptick in the number of cases. And he asked us to attend because of, quote, our strong mitigation plans. And so I will be attending that meeting on Thursday to show what our efforts have been within the Washoe County School District for the mitigation of the spread of COVID.
Thank you for that update, Dr. McNeil. I will ask our recording secretary. I believe we do have public comment on this item.
Our in-person had to leave,
Oh.
unfortunately. But the board did receive emails from Matt Tate, Bridget Burns, Teresa Peterson, Katiana Taylor, Krista Rossi, Rachel Fisher, and Ryan Small.
May
Thank
I
you.
make one last quick
Yes,
comment?
absolutely.
I thought Dr. McNeil might mention this. You'd mentioned the last action that the board did take. And so, yes, several communications in many forms have gone out, sort of at a district level, through Ben Hayes, the Chief Accountability Officer. We also met with the Student Advisory Council, and we have now provided students, some of our students, with some templates of messages asking their help in kind of getting the word out. We feel like a message coming from a friend is going to be certainly more compelling than a message coming from me. So we are working on the actions that you asked us to take 2 weeks ago.
Great. I got a text from the school district about 45 minutes ago with a link to safe and fun holiday activities. So I appreciate that effort, and I hope we do see. I know. That in my conversation with Dr. McNeil, I understand it did come up in the meeting last night, but I really do hope that we can see a greater collaboration with our other community partners in this messaging about, how to remain safe and vigilant at home and in the spaces outside of our schools as well as in our schools. So, all right. So if there is not any interest in making a motion on this item, then we don't need to take any action, and I appreciate your time, Dr. LaMarca. Thank you very much. Okay, it is about 6 o'clock or 6:03, so I think we will take a recess at this time. We'll do a 20-minute recess, be back here at 6:23. Thank you. Agenda item is 4.03, which is presentation and approval of the new career and technical education facility educational specifications to be used to support CTE curriculum at the new Debbie Smith Career and Technical Education Facility. And this is for possible action. We are joined for this item by we are joined by our Deputy Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman, and our Director of CTE and Signature Academies, Mr. Josh Hartzog. I'm sorry, I'm fumbling over my words here. Thank you both.
Thank you, President Raymond. Thank you for having me this evening to bring to you guys the what we think is the final document for the educational specifications for the Debbie Smith CTE. I'm just going to go through the process a little bit with you and then answer questions. I've got Mr. Hartzog to answer any academic questions you guys might have. This process started a little over 10 months ago when we hired Van Wert Bugatti Architects and Brain Spaces to compose the educational specifications for us. I want to thank the Educational Specifications Work Group. Mr. Hartzog, with the director of CTE, his Signature Academies, was a big part of that, as well as Tiffany McMasters, principal at AACT. We had Angie Hernandez from the TMCC Applied Technical Department as a community member. And then we also had Amy Fleming from EDON. She's the director of workforce development, as well as Eddie Chacon from our Capital Projects Department. He's the Assistant Director of Planning and Design. And then our architectural group, Van Wert Bugatti, Brad Van Wert, Angela Bugatti, as well as Adam Shota from our CTE technical skills teacher in our district. They spent a lot of time with us going through these documents, giving us their ideas and input, and it was pretty laborsome, especially after COVID when we were all meeting by Zoom and looking at documents and trying to figure out what was best and reviewing documents. So I want to thank them for their participation in that, because without all their input, we wouldn't be able to bring a cohesive educational specification that meets our needs for our staff and students. We started with our visions and goals, and our visions and goals align with the district's overarching standards for curriculum and our CTE standards as well. A couple of the biggest items that came out of our visions and goals was a school for 100 years, which we have some of those in our district. So we wanted to be flexible enough as academies came and went and the changes of the workforce changed, we could adapt to that. So that was a big part of our visions and goals, as well as collaboration. Students collaborate, and that was a big idea and defining page of our new high school ed specs as well. We came back to you guys in the summer with our 6 academies that we had solidified on. They are health science and medical, hospitality and human services, business and marketing, engineering and robotics, skilled trades, which is construction, welding, and natural resources and animal science. Once we had those, the conversation then turned to our spatial relationships and what we needed to provide that curriculum to our students. We started with the high school educational specifications that were approved in 2017 as a basis. It gave us a great basis for our core classrooms, our activity spaces like our gyms and our cafeterias, as well as our central administration areas. And we right-sized that down to our 950 student capacity that came from the academic academies that Mr. Hartzog provided to us. So the capacity is set at 950 students for this campus. Then we moved to the spaces specific for CTE. Using the knowledge of our existing CTE facilities at AACT, as well as touring TMCC's CTE Academy over on Edison, and with Amy Yurko sending us virtual tours of CTE academies across the nation, we got to see what other spaces looked like and what other people had done. It's important to note that the major points and visions and the goals were flexible space for those academies so that they could change with the job market, and that the industry on the campuses, the business and industries could come onto the campus and take part and help with our career and technical education to our students to make sure that they're career ready and they're being taught the most current items, as well as engaging with them to find positions or jobs in the future. During our journey of spatial relationships, we held a community forum with staff, community, and families. We took their input. We had specific questions we asked them, but we took their input and incorporated them into this document. So it's not just us in the district or the architects putting items in here, but we took feedback and incorporated that. In August, we had a student forum with the AACT students to see what they liked about their campus or what they wish they had at their campus, and incorporated those items into here as well. This document gives the design team the recipe to create the Debbie Smith CTE Academy. It will fulfill the needs of our students, staff, and our community, and business and industry. Along with this recipe, we'll be including staff, student, community, and business industry input into the design process, more like a check and balance to make sure that we are true to the design ed specs that we have for that facility. When we're completed with this, the Debbie Smith CTE facility will be approximately 76,000 square feet. And we're using the existing HUG campus on Sutro to create that campus. We're intending to rebrand it, so it will not necessarily look exactly the same, but we're hoping to bring this educational specification to that facility and make it a new Debbie Smith CTE. And with that, if you guys have any questions of Josh and I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Tammy. This is very exciting. Look to my colleagues if there are any questions. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. More just a comment to thank everyone who has worked so hard on this. I had an opportunity to sit in on one feedback session that was really helpful, and I know that there were lots of members of the community that were able to weigh in and share, who are representatives of the industries that we are training for. I think you all did a great job of outreach, and just want to thank everybody who dedicated time to make this truly a flagship for Northern Nevada, to make sure, as we all care about, that our kids are ready for great careers when they're out of here. So thank you to everyone. I think where we're going forward with this is truly revolutionary, and it's going to be really responsive to the needs of our community in Northern Nevada to help the state move forward. So thank you all.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you. I want to say kudos to that. I was in a little bit of one of the feedback sessions, and I was really impressed with the various local industries that were involved and spent their time and broke into Zoom rooms and had great discussions. I mean, that was. I think you were on the one when I was on as well. But I just have a question. You said the capacity of the school is gonna be 950. Right, you both said. What's the capacity of AACT now? Do we know? I'm sure, of course, we know. If not, it's worse than I thought.
Good evening, members of the board. Josh Hartzog here for the record. So AACT is for about 600 students. They have a capacity.
Great, thank you. So this is going to give us even more of an opportunity. So
absolutely.
Thank you very much. Great job.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm also very impressed on the work that's been done for this. There's a lot of excitement around this facility. I was going through the document, seeing the pictures and what things are going to look like, and the opportunities that our students are going to have that go to this this school. It's really going to be exciting. So when students are interested in going to this school, I'm not familiar with the process. There'll be a formal application process, I'm assuming, and if we have more applicants than seats, how does that work?
So the application process for all of our signature academies across the entire school district is the same. So they fill out a single application that's released through our office. Typically, we have 3 rounds of applications, and we just try to fill them as much as we can, as much as we need, according to our various signature academies, their capacities across the district. So the first window typically opens up in mid-November. So this year, it will open up on November 15th, and then it closes on January 1st. And then it's a matter of all of our signature academies providing us with numbers as to their capacity for enrollment, and then matching our students with what they designate as their first pick. Ultimately, if there's more applicants than seats available, we have to go to a lottery, unfortunately. Some of our signature academies do have to go to lotteries. AACT would be especially representative of that. They have a large amount of demand for the great majority of their programs, so they do have to go to lotteries. So one of the end goals of Debbie Smith is that it would significantly allow us to upscale our capacity and hopefully not have to go to so many lotteries and be able to accommodate our applicants who indicate a desire to attend this school.
Okay, thank you. And when students apply to a specific academy, is that how that works, or is it they put an application to attend one of the CTE schools and they get the option? Are you applying to ACT? Are you applying to Debbie Smith? Then they get placed that way?
So it's two channels. So if you want to simply enroll in a CTE program for the school that you're zoned for, you would do that as an 8th grader, along with the rest of your courses that you're registering for in your zoned high school. If you're looking to go to a signature academy, you have the opportunity to apply to any one of our signature academies across the district, but it does get coordinated through our office as a single point. They don't apply directly to schools. They go through the Department of Signature Academies. And again, it's a standard universal application across the district.
Perfect. And I just have one more question, if that's okay. So next school year, what types of outreach programs is the district going to do to make everyone aware that this academy will 2 school years, the school year before it opens, what kind of programs are the district planning on doing to make sure everyone in our community, no matter where you live, is aware of this opportunity and to request applicants for that very first group of students that walk through the doors?
That's a great question. So the primary piece that we employ to make the community aware of our Signature Academy opportunities is done via what we call our passport nights. So those typically take place around the month of November. There are four usual events. They take place at various locales around the community. Last year, pre-COVID, we were able to host those events at our middle schools. Before that, we did it at various locations around the community, such as Sierra Summit Mall and the Boys and Girls Club. So those passport nights, we heavily advertise those passport nights through the communications department, through our own social media outlets, which suffice to say, when Debbie Smith is a possibility, we'll have to significantly upscale our efforts in terms of getting the word out around our passport nights. But then we'll also look to coordinate closely with the communications department and also our other community agencies that we regularly liaise with. We would also want to work with EDON, for example, and then our other community partners to really push the word out as much as we can that this is a new opportunity. And then I would anticipate that there will be a dedicated, specialized effort tied specifically to Debbie Smith to get the word out and push out word amongst the community.
Thank you. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. As a former middle school principal, I can tell you that there is that challenge, certainly, in getting all that information out. And being a principal in a middle school that is more outlying certainly poses another challenge. But I can say that Washoe County School District there have been pluses and minuses in getting that information, but we have, from Inclines, been able to send students to signature academies, probably primarily at Galena and at DeMonte, but I'm hoping that some of the students from Incline will be able to take advantage of some of those. So I also agree with Trustee Caudle in terms of looking at these plans are amazing. Tammy, it's mind-boggling. And my comment is what I'm most impressed with is not just how great this looks now, but the forward thinking on it. It's for what we don't even know yet, to plan for what we don't know. So congratulations on that, and thank you. It's nice to see you.
Trustee Caudle.
Yeah, sorry, I have one more question. I just thought about it. So when opening a brand new high school that's not a zoned high school, what is the class demographic going to look for that very first year? Is the whole school going to be freshmen? Is it going to be sophomores? I don't know how many juniors and seniors could actually start at that school given where they are in their high school career. So what would that look like in the first year?
So we are transferring a couple programs over from AACT over to Debbie Smith, so it's very likely that for those particular programs, students would be starting at Debbie Smith as sophomores. But then other than that, my anticipation is it would largely start with freshmen.
Okay, so it might be a few years before we have a graduating class from the Debbie Smith CTE Academy.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you.
And that's just to follow up with that, that's exactly how AACT opened up. So every year they added a class, and the first comprehensive class that graduated was in 2013. So every year they add a class to that.
Did you get your question answered,
No,
Trustee Kennedy?
I'm sorry, I have another question
Okay.
that's a follow-up to that. So that
Okay.
what we're talking about then is not being at capacity for 4 years?
Correct.
It'll be 4 years before we're at capacity at that school? Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Well, I will just add on that the sentiments that have already been expressed about the amount of work that went into this. I think what struck me in going through it were, hundreds of pages detailing the space requirements for all of these different programs, and just thinking, as I was kind of reading through that, about all of that thought and time and energy and the detail that went into coming up with those requirements. So to me, that also signals that really a lot of the work, has been done. I know that there's still a lot of work to look forward to with the architects and the, building plans to come. But I mean, this is really a huge lift to get us to this point. So really exciting. And one little plug that I see, and that the board, there would be a new boardroom for the trustees on there. And I think sometimes that falls off the list on some of these sites, because I know it's not a huge priority, but I would just encourage, since I won't be here, that we continue to keep that on the list, because I just know how much work it takes to set up these meetings right now in all these different remote locations. And if we had a larger venue that was stationary, it would really be wonderful. I hope by then we aren't worrying about COVID, but still, I think that would be great.
If I might say one more thing, if I could offer a little bit more information, if I can.
Yes, please.
So just circling back to Trustee Caudill and Trustee Kennedy's points about, in terms of providing more information about our signature opportunities, I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that we put in a lot of work coordinating with our middle schools and pushing out information to our middle school counselors especially. That's an effort that we're continuously improving in terms of providing them with published materials about signature academies, what they are, about our CTE programs as well. So it really does come down to a lot of that groundwork in terms of working closely with the middle schools and pushing out information to them, which we're continuously working on improving. So I'd be remiss if I left that out.
I think Trustee Simon Holland, and then our student representative, Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. The work with the 8th grade career day is also a really big part of this. I know the career and technical education and the signature academies are always one of the favorite stops for the 8th graders, which is great. But I wanted to make sure, and I apologize if this has already been said, but I wanted to be sure to thank Brain Spaces and Van Wert Bugatti, because they've really been great partners with us.
And Victoria.
Thank you. I just have one question about, since you guys said that they start with freshmen, like just freshmen, the first years as they start in ACT. My question was, have you guys seen that affects students in any way by not having like the upperclassmen or having like the full 4 grades in their school?
I myself don't have any direct experience working at a school that is that new, that brings on students in that way, so I would not be able to speak to that.
Thank you.
Great question. Very insightful. So I can tell you as a parent, when my son started at AACT as a freshman, they thought they were the big people on the block because they were the big people on the block. Mm-hmm. And then every year, you get another class. So it's a little different dynamic, but he loved it. He thought it was great.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Right, I will look to JJ to see if we have any public comment on this item.
We do not.
Okay, this is an action item. So I would just be looking for a motion that the Board of Trustees approves the Debbie Smith Career and Technical Education Specifications dated September 30th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Trustee Kennedy, a second by Trustee Caudill. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Wonderful. That motion passes unanimously. Great work, and thank you for being with us this evening. Okay, agenda item 4.04 is the Washoe County School District Strategic Plan Bridge Year Reporting of Metrics related to the following goals and possible action to provide direction to update or revise metrics as needed. Goal 1, to ensure annual student academic growth through a system of curriculum, instruction, and assessment that is aligned, rigorous, and relevant. And Goal 4, provide and continuously improve operational systems that are effective, efficient, transparent, and accountable by using meaningful structures and processes. And final approval of proposed changes and revisions to the Bridge Year reporting outline. And this is for possible action. And I will pass it over to Dr. McNeil to get us started.
Thank you very much, President Raymond, members of the board. For the record, Superintendent McNeil. So we are here. This is exciting because we are actually talking about metrics within our strategic plan. Woo-woo! I'm very excited. I know everyone else is excited too. So with that, how we're going to go about this presentation this evening is that we have a superb cast here for you. So they are going to be walking through metrics on goals 1, academic achievement, and goal 4, operational efficiencies. And so we will have Mr. Etchart and his team presenting around goal 4. But with that, you also have, we had a very robust discussion and a great work session a couple of weeks ago with our Board of Trustees and staff regarding our 2021 Bridge Year. And so within your documentation on your agenda, you also have the actual redlined strategic plan and changes that the board recommended or that staff recommended and the board accepted. So you have 2 documents that we'll be working with and going back and forth tonight. You have your full strategic plan document as well as then the metrics reporting document. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent.
Great. Thank you, Dr. McNeil. President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees, thank you again. And we are excited to be in front of you today. So this is the academic leadership team, and I'm going to make them introduce themselves just for the record anyway. So we'll start with Ben.
Good evening. For the record, Ben Hayes, Chief Accountability and Assessment Officer.
Good evening, Joe Ernst, Area 3 Superintendent.
Good evening, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer.
Good evening, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer.
And we wanted to give a shout out to Project Manager Vanjie Russell for putting together what I think I speak for all of us, a very coherent, easy to follow, easy to understand document that we're going to walk you through some updates on this evening. Then we'll turn it over to Pete and his team. So we're going to start with Goal 1, academic growth. And I did want to take a moment to read this. To ensure annual student academic growth through a system of curriculum, instruction, and assessment that is aligned, rigorous, and relevant. And instruction will be designed to meet the needs of every child in our diverse student population. So thinking about the conversations that we had earlier this evening, those are conversations that this team engages in at all times, whether it's adopting curriculum, thinking about our assessment plan, working with our schools, working with each other, and working with other members of leadership team. We take our work very seriously. We're not going to be providing updates on all of the metrics within Goal 1 this evening. We're going to come back to you in January to talk about graduation rates, college and career ready diploma, and other metrics that we just don't quite have the information yet at this point of the school year to share with you. But we're going to start with Objective 1.1, and we're specifically going to review and provide updates on 2 very important metrics. So I'm teeing it up here, and I'm turning it over to Troy and Joe for the first metric under that objective.
Thank you, Deputy Beiersdorf. Good evening, President Raymond, Board of Trustees, Dr. McNeil. Thank you for this opportunity. If you think back, some very obvious things happened last spring that allowed us to not be able to take the Smarter Balanced assessment. And so while we were thankful to be able to focus in on our immediate needs of our families that included food and social emotional well-being, we ended up not having any data to report out. One of the things we did continue that is an area of success and began prior to the pandemic was our focus on professional learning communities. We have followed through with that momentum that we had created. We are still in the process of creating common assessments for our essential standards and really working hard with the leadership in the assessment office as well as the curriculum office about truly aligning our curriculum to our assessments to improve student learning outcomes. And Mr. Ernst is going to talk about some of the barriers we faced.
President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, again, Joe Ernst, Area 3 Superintendent. When we look at our barriers, as Dr. Parks talked about, by not having to take our SBAC tests, it really allowed us as a system of educators to support some of the most immediate needs with our schools, with our families, and with our students. And it allowed us to really prioritize our focus around that overall well-being. As a result of not taking the SBAC test, you can see that schools that were not, it does not allow for data for the school. And schools use that data very strategically. They use it to develop their school performance plans, identify areas of focus, target professional development needs. One of the other barriers that occurred was we had made tremendous progress as a large system around identifying essential standards, those standards that we deem most important for every one of our students to learn. And with that, a PLC design team was developed with principal leaders and central service members. Together, really worked with an outside consultant to help put together a very systematic way to identify essential standards and begin the work of PLCs. And when we got there to March, again, our shift as a larger system was to support the immediate well-being of our students. And so it put a little hiccup in our work towards identifying the essential standards. And then another barrier certainly is around absenteeism and just consistent instructional minutes that we saw occur in the spring and that we're seeing now with some of the hybrid learning. So with that, I will turn this over to Ben and Paul.
Good evening. For the record again, Ben Hayes. So this one is a brand new metric for the bridge, and we'll consider going forward into the new strategic plan. We wanted to put this one in there because it lets us benchmark ourselves against Council of Great City Schools districts. So I just wanted to introduce it that way. It will probably be an important metric for us going forward. A couple contextual things as we go for the data, and I'll hand it over to Dr. LaMarca. One, our rate, credit deficient rate is lower than the Council of City Schools, so that's good. And we're just above the highest quartile for performance, so we're kind of in a similar range as Prince George's County and Fairfax and some of the Northeast schools. So it made me happy. But to make me unhappy, you can see that we went up a little bit over the 1 year. Not terribly, but why that's important to me is because last year we didn't give too many Fs in the spring because we had to do no harm policy. So most of these failures came from the fall semester. So it might imply that we have some work to do with kind of the transition into high school.
Again, for the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. So I get the opportunity to talk about some of our other successes and a couple of barriers. I would point to our counseling efforts that are designed to build graduation plans as students enter ninth grade and just how critical that is. to start building some momentum. So many of our high schools are also still using freshman seminars, other sorts of courses that are essentially like an advisory course for freshmen. And again, I think that's important for just that acculturation. High school is very different than middle school and elementary school for sure. And something that both Dr. Parks and Mr. Ernst mentioned, so this focus on prioritized standards, defining essential standards, this is going to be key to make sure that our kids are getting what they need in the 9th grade. Couple barriers. Transition from middle school to high school is difficult. We know that the transition from elementary to middle school can be very challenging because you're going from one teacher to multiple teachers, but still, going from multiple teachers to even more multiple teachers and really high stakes course requirements in terms of credit attainment, it's a different animal. Plus, I do believe that there's more expectation that you're a responsible learner. You got to take care of your own education. Related to that, especially last year, was the pandemic. So 8th graders did not have a typical end of their 8th grade year. They didn't get to do some of the visits to high schools. So we're thinking that the challenge for the incoming freshmen this year has been more than typical. So we'll move to the next metric, which is really kind of related to this. So the last one was we're trying to reduce the number of failures at the freshman year, and this one, we're trying to increase the attainment of core credits. Ben, did you want to talk about the metric to start? Or Joe, I'm sorry, did you want to talk about the metric to start? Or
Sure. So this has been in the plan for a while, and it's essentially students earning their core credits to be on track to be college and career ready. So getting there's 7 of them, and it's getting 2 of their math, 2 of their English, social studies, and science. And kind of this, if you think of the pathway, and when we start talking about profile of a graduate again, the 8th grade ready, so this one would be the core credit. You know, we have college and career readiness as the goal, the North Star, and 10th grade allows you kind of to be on that pathway with good information or good momentum. And then down in the 8th grade, later on, we'll talk about ready for high school. That's the same kind of making sure that the child is on pathway to be college and career ready. So that's how we define that metric.
So I'll begin with one of our successes, and then Joe will speak to them as well. And this is one that's going to be a recurring theme, at least in some of the comments I'll share. And that's really strong multi-tiered system of supports processes within schools. So as Mr. Hayes mentioned, we saw a little bit of an increase in failure rate at the freshman year. So as those kids transition into their sophomore year, it's critical for those multi-tiered systems of support teams to sit down and really review the data to make sure that students are getting the support they need so that they can get all their core credits by the end of that sophomore year.
And similar along those lines, what you see in schools, and I think it's a real area of success, is the administrative teams working with counselors working with teachers to actively monitor student success in the building on a day-to-day basis. And the data systems that Ben's department has built out really make that a manageable task when you're looking at caseloads of 400, 450 students, counselors being really on top of knowing where each student is in their building and actively being able to follow up with them. And then, of course, the specific student plans to help credit deficient students. And so while we are trying to support students real time while they're taking the classes, if they do not have the success that we're hoping for, there are strategic plans that are built to help with that credit recovery. And some of that includes intersession, and there is a great deal of family outreach to try to really engage the family, to try to let them know where a child is at and what needs to be done in terms of regaining those credits and getting back on that pathway.
In terms of barriers, again, seat time requirements at the high school level can create barriers. With typical MTSS processes, multi-tiered systems of support, really you're looking to see if kids are responding to what's being offered to them, and if not, then you intervene and you give them the support they need so that they can be responsive. with typical seat time and course-bearing credits, it's very difficult to find that time. It's always been more difficult. It's even more challenging now. I think similarly, with the potential effects of last spring, where we really didn't have new learning in that last quarter, our challenge is even greater in terms of giving the kids the support that they need as they move through their sophomore year.
And so the last barrier there is talking about the differences in the learning models right now and really trying to get an understanding of the success that hybrid students are having versus distance, Edgenuity versus classroom instruction, and really at the semester here taking a deep dive to really look at where our students are performing, how they're doing in each of these sections, and then what we can do going into the second semester to support those students based on the learning models that we have. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mrs. Beiersdorf.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Ernst. So the second objective under Goal 1 is around reducing achievement gaps and providing supports to our special education students, our English learner students, and students that are impacted by poverty. So all of our students that we closely monitor and work so hard to support in their academic achievement. So there's several metrics that we would like to report to you this evening. And then again, in this particular objective, there are some metrics that will come back to you in January to provide an update. And we do have a new metric, a proposed metric, in this particular objective as well. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lamarca and Mr. Ernst.
Thank you, Debbie. So I'm going to walk through some of our successes and barriers, and then we're going to talk about some of the specific data. In the areas of success, we talked about this at the last board meeting, a lot of very good work around family engagement strategies, really designed to build the capacity among parents, family members, to support their children's learning. At the same time, it's work to support staff members to build genuine partnerships with school staff and the support and valuing and welcoming of families into the building. Excuse me. A second area of success, and we talked about this earlier tonight, and we're strengthening that, but this is the professional development that we're offering in the area of culturally responsive practice, Equity 101 courses, for example. I think this is without a doubt been a very strong, robust area of professional development that we've provided our schools, which is resulting in some lessening of achievement gaps. And then our multi-tiered systems of support. I want to touch on that again. This is part of the DNA, I believe, and that can also be a problem, but it's part of the DNA of our schools at this point to have strong MTSS processes. And really from the onset, that's really reflective strategies at looking at our instructional practice, looking at our curricular practice, looking at our classroom environment, and make sure that what we're doing in those areas is all sound before we make attributions for the learner. So the ICEL model. Once we can roll out instruction, curriculum, and environment, then we can talk about a learner needing extra supports. In terms of barriers, we have found very specifically that access to technology has been a barrier in the current year, and it was certainly a barrier at the end of last year. Also, as we're trying to kind of crack this nut around chronic absenteeism, we're finding an awful lot of information in Infinite Campus in terms of contact information that's just not accurate, and it's really hampering our ability to communicate with families. Culturally responsive practices and the equity and diversity work, you know, understanding how implicit bias operates is not easy to do. Understanding the social emotional competencies, not only that we're trying to instill in kids, but that we have as adults, these can be difficult, challenging things for teachers, for administrators. At times people can get defensive, and that can become a barrier to that ongoing professional learning. And then in terms of MTSS, and this goes back to something Dr. Parks really led off with, and that is just right now, typically we have too much data to know what to do with. Right now we have a lack of data. And having clear decision rules that help us know when a child is responsive, it's a little bit, it's not quite there at this point in time.
This is Ben Hayes again for the record. So this, and I'll let Paul talk about what he sees in the data. Real quick, just to orient us, this measure, and remember we don't have it for Smarter Balance, and later in the year we'll talk about some other things. But for this, it's the percentage of students by the end of their senior year have earned credit in an advanced placement class or an international baccalaureate class or a dual credit early college class. Or a CTE pathway class, so at the end of their CTE kind of pathway. And the blue lines indicate populations that were performing below the district average, so exhibited a gap. And the green lines are those populations that outgrew the district. And this is where I made a mistake. So Pacific Islander, I don't know what I was thinking here, but they did not outgrow, so we shouldn't get credit for that. So in 4 out of the 8 populations, we closed the gap. Our overall goal for the strategic plan is more than 50%. So we did not meet that target, but we're right there at 50%. So, and I'll let Paul talk about any insights he has.
I don't have much to add. Thank you, Ben. The only thing I would suggest is, especially when we're talking about advanced placement courses, so overall, we saw some increase, and that's a good thing. We would like to see more narrowing of the achievement gap. But you have to be able to access these courses. So it could be that some of our efforts are making impact in order for students to get to a point where they're able to access this curriculum. So that's a good sign. I think now we're turning it over to Dr. Parks.
I have a quick question on that last slide. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ben, will you go over that again? You said the green areas are the areas that that's back on the previous slide, 1.21?
Correct.
You said the green areas in terms of the change, correct?
Yeah, the green areas are where the population outgrew or performed better than the district average.
Right, and the district is, the district average.
Yeah, so the district as a whole. So and I probably shouldn't have gone too fast, and I noticed for the viewers at home, the colors don't show up on that slide very well, but the top line is the district. In 1819, they performed at 68%, and then in 1920s at 70%. So they grew or improved by 1.8%.
Right.
So then, and then I'll just do the blue lines real quick so I can kind of be conceptual in my head. American, Indian, Native American, Hispanic, African American, Pacific Islander, low socioeconomic status, students with an individualized education. So those all were below, and then the green is those who improved more. Sorry.
No, I follow, and I see where Pacific Islanders should not have been green.
Correct, yeah.
I got you. Yep, you said that. I got you.
I'll wear a button
Thank
for
you.
a week on that one.
No, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
All right. Thank you. Go back. We'll pass it back to you, Dr. LaMarca.
And I'll pass it to Dr. Parks.
And it's a hot potato, and Troy Parks, for the record, passing it off to Deputy Beiersdorf, who, as the former chief academic officer, pointed out, this is an area where we have data, and it's trending now for 3 years in the right direction. So she would like to start off talking about our success with our EL metric.
Oh, wait, do you want to? No, that's all right. Ben's making a joke over here. I am so excited about this when I saw this. And before I go any further, behind me is our English Language Development Director, Janine Kelly, who deserves a lot of credit for the amazing results in this particular metric. So some of you were serving on our board 3 years ago, I think it was, when we moved to, remember, the ELD, English Language Development Facilitator model, with the belief that all teachers are teachers of English language and supporting all students. So I attribute a lot of the growth to what happened here. So yes, we were able to do our EL testing, WIDA as it's called, prior to our building shutting down in March. So this is definitely a good news one. So Troy let me say that. So I'll stop and then I'll pass it back to Dr. Parks to walk us through success and barriers.
All right, thank you, Deputy Beiersdorf. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And yes, wanted to recognize the previous change in strategy that we had 3 years ago, and I concur that as we talk about equity and we talk about essential standards, that goes for all of our students and all of our teachers. We want to be able to meet the needs of all of our learners. Some of the barriers that we obviously still face when we look at our English language learners, there is still an inconsistent understanding of how we deliver academic language. Especially we notice this over our virtual platforms. Many of our student populations who aren't achieving lack that academic vocabulary to be able to apply. Also, there can be an underlying belief that just because somebody comes in speaking English as a second language, that they might be behind in school. And we all know that is not the reality. So all the more important for us to continue our work around essential standards and defining exactly what it looks like for every grade level and every course. And then there's also this idea that we can accelerate language acquisition, and it really does. Research shows us that it takes usually a good 5 to 7 years for our students who are learning English as a second language to truly acquire the academic skills and vocabulary to be successful.
Madam President?
Oops. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Just on that, congratulations, fabulous work, and I do remember the conversations about going to the facilitator model. I just wanted to make sure we defined some of the acronyms as we're going along, and there's a few on this page, and if you said it, I'm sorry, I'm asking again what CAP plans are. I wasn't.
I did not define that, and thank you, Trustee Simon Holland, for that question. So CAP is corrective action plans. These are for our schools that are underperforming. Ben can probably tell you about the exact metric below the 25th percentile in growth, I think.
Yeah, for growth, and then there's another corrective action plan with the last legislative session that the state defines certain proficiency levels that secondary schools have to be above, and that's where the other corrective action plan came from.
Great, thank you. And just ELD is English language development, is that right? And then Zoom programming is not to teach pre-K how to use Zoom.
Right?
You want to talk
So
about that
different,
for the folks that may want?
Yeah, so currently we have 24, looking at Janine, 24 Zoom schools, 19 are elementary, the rest are secondary. For us, it's at the middle school level, and one is a charter school. Yeah.
And just for clarification, so Zoom are defined by the Nevada Department of Education around English language learners.
Yes.
Not the Zoom we've come to know these COVID months. I have a question on this, the English language exit rate slide. Is there will the test assessment still be administered to the 5th graders this spring as planned?
Yes, Director Kelly and I were just talking about that. There's some movement or some rumbles about moving the window a little bit. We'd like to stick with the window that we have. So yeah, we anticipate it'll happen this winter.
Okay. It'll be interesting to see how
this year looks after those results. Okay, don't see another, oh, sorry, Trustee Kennedy. It's so hard to see your light from over here for some reason.
I'm going to need a flag or something. I have a question, and this actually relates directly to President Raymond's question about testing for this year. Do we know what percentage of our EL students are doing distance learning this year? Do we know that?
Yeah, it is. It's close to 50% of our students receiving services, which has necessitated quick changes on the part of Director Kelly and her team in working with Dr. Parks to provide that support and working with schools to kind of rearrange some schedules, quite frankly, to make sure that we're providing, especially, well, for all of our EL students, but especially for our newcomers, our new-to-country students.
All right, thank you. Back to you. Not sure who's up next. 1.3.
Okay, so this Ben Hayes for the record. This objective 1.3, and if you remember back to the board workshop, we suggested removing the old 1.3.1, which is increase the number of teachers completing the 21st century badge classes. And that was, it just doesn't make sense during this COVID year to keep that as a metric. But Trustee Simon Holland suggested justly that we should have a metric in how we're supporting teachers to kind of teach in any environment they're in. So this came from the survey, and I can't promise this metric will last, 5 years into the strategic plan, but for now, this is a good measure we have for that, we think. And what it is going back to the staff survey. Remember, Dr. Davidson presented at Reed High School a few weeks back. We asked teachers, how confident are you that you're providing effective instruction to the following student groups right now? And then it lists academically advanced, students with an IEP, individualized education plan, students learning the English language, students experiencing trauma, and students with inadequate technology. So we thought for the metric, what we should do strategically is make sure our teachers, provide the supports to make sure our teachers are comfortable, that they're at least somewhat confident in teaching any of these populations. So the baseline is 24% of teachers selecting that they're at least somewhat, quite, or extremely confident in teaching each of those student groups.
Thank you, Ben. And I'd like to add, Troy Parks for the record, as we considered a metric to replace the badge metric, we had a lot of conversation about what might be a more enduring metric to focus in on. And as we think about educators and their efficacy, we know having a high level of efficacy starts with being confident that you're going to be able to meet the needs of your learners. So that was why, based on the survey that Ben's department put out for us, we felt like this might be a good place to start strategically in thinking to the future. We know we have some immediate concerns to address with our distance and hybrid models, but after we get through this all and return to somewhat normal, there's an opportunity here, and I feel like as we move forward with our new Director of Distance and Blended Learning, Jenny Anderson, who's here tonight, this is some data that could truly inform us about what the future could be for our distance learning model and our blended learning model, because clearly we want confident teachers no matter what the model is.
And very quickly, the idea would be that we would survey 2 more times this year, one late winter and then 1 more time in the spring, and hopefully grow that up to above 50%.
Okay, so our last objective that we wanted to bring to you this evening is objective 1.5, and this is the one, this is the objective around the path to college and career readiness. through an aligned system, elementary, middle, and high school. The majority of the bullet points in this particular objective will come back to you in January and provide an update. But the one metric that we did want to discuss tonight is the increase in the percentage of 8th grade students that are ready for high school. So I am turning it back over to Ben and Paul.
I'll go ahead and start, and Ben will jump in and give you the real truth. So really, I'm just going to talk about this kind of conceptually because we don't have data to present because of the federal assessment and accountability waivers. Probably it was 2009. There was a report from ACT around Ready for High School. And basically what the report showed with a lot of data was both attendance in the elementary level and then really proficiency in several subject areas by the end of 8th grade in order for a student to be able to access high school curriculum. This was really what motivated the development of the early warning system, which Ben's group has refined. It's quite a useful tool. That goes hand in hand with our multi-tiered systems of support. It's very gross level data, but it is updated throughout the year. But when you're lacking sort of in the moment instructional information, it is data that can be used by multi-tiered systems of support teams to identify those kids that may need extra support, especially as they're transitioning. So it's really important K through 7 in order for a student to be ready for 8th grade, but it's very critical as to get kids ready by 8th grade in order for them to access high school. I would say very quickly that the early warning system can also be a barrier all on its own, because through that system you're identifying kids who are quote unquote at risk or who may need support. And so you got to really work with that data so that it doesn't build sort of expectations that this child may not be able to learn. There's also inconsistency across schools in the use of these tools, as well as the MTSS teams. I would point to those as potential barriers. And then I turn it over to Ben to add context information.
Sure, thanks, Paul. So I would say, Ben Hayes for the record, this, I referred to it earlier, I think this will be a key kind of a critical lever on our pathway to the portrait, our pathway to the WCSD promise, whatever we want to call it. Just because it is moving toward, once we articulate what we want students to collect along the pathway to graduation, that's a great check-in point for us. Before, like Dr. LaMarca said, before they start accessing the high school curriculum, let's make sure that they're ready to do that. So I love the kind of the barrier that Dr. LaMarca said on misinterpretation of the early warning. I sit here and I think that and I have ideas, early warning system kind of implies, and we used to call it the risk index. It makes me think of Dr. LaMarca's other presentation tonight about a disease that's spreading, so we're going to change the name of that in the near future to something like Pathway to Success, Pathway to Portrait Success, or something like that, for good reasons. For it's less deficit, obviously, but more positive. Okay, what do we do to support this child to collect all of the competencies that we want them to collect on the pathway to graduation? And then the only other kind of barrier, but also strength I would mention on this slide is you've heard each one of us up here talk about the importance of when we kind of become a district that has essential standards. Not meaning those are the only standards we're going to cover, but these are the ones we guarantee. We have to make sure our systems get that to kids. And ready for high school, Paul alluded to the 8th graders last year. Same with the 8th graders this year. We just don't have a lot of data making sure that they're on their pathway. But if we know we have strong learning communities that are discussing these essential standards, then we're able to kind of put the system back in, readdress the learning loss, and kind of make sure they have successful graduation pathways.
So that concludes Academic Leadership Team's presentation. Thank you for allowing us to come before you this evening.
Great. Before you leave, I think I see a couple lights on, and then I just would like to ask my fellow trustees that we take action on approval of Goal 1 before we move on to Goal 4. So Trustee Kennedy and then Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I have two questions. I think you know that I'm pretty familiar with middle school and 8th grade requirements and what you need for high school. And has there been any talk about increasing requirements to leave 8th grade. And because one thing that we heard repeatedly in middle school was that it was easy to get out of middle school, but that's why so many students got hit in the face with the requirement where every course every year in high school is so important and carries so much weight, but the requirements to get out of middle school seemed so much easier to both students and families. So has there been any talk about that, or what that looks like, or how we present that so that students do fully understand the difference?
There's definitely, it's part of, well, you remember very well, it's part of the performance framework, and all of the principals, your colleagues, didn't like it at the time because it's got such low expectations. So that's the reason for this metric, to be quite honest, is we can at least say, okay, we want you to be proficient on, in order for us to consider you ready and ready to access the curriculum. Not necessarily proficient on SBAC because it's kind of, there's some noise in there, but at least level 2 on science, level 2 on ELA, level 2 on math, exited English learning services, and that would be it. We would consider you ready for the high school curriculum at that point. That's why we have this metric. I think there'll be a lot of work around that for the new strategic plan, especially the portrait. But yeah, the state, across the state, they began talking about it when we were building the framework. I'm sorry for hogging the microphone, y'all. But there has been no action on it.
Okay.
Could I add to Trustee Kennedy? Pre-COVID, there was quite a lot of work that was happening around that, and I think also grading is something we know how grading is very different at the middle school level than it is at the high school level. So we meet about quarterly, I think it is, with another team called Extended Academic Leadership Team, and that's each of us with the folks that we work closely with. I think we have a meeting coming up, and our next meeting's in December. And pre-COVID, we were coming together and talking about a lot of these things like 8th grade math, 3rd grade reading, sophomore credits. So there is work. And the next Thursday, I think it is too, we have a meeting with our middle school principals, similar to what we did with our high school principals not too long ago. And I believe, I'm looking at Joe, on the agenda as well. But is to discuss this too, getting, especially now, our students ready to leave us at the end of this particular 8th grade, or this year as 8th graders and going on and being successful as freshmen. And again, you've heard it once, you've heard it 10 times tonight, the essential standards are so, so important. What are we making sure that our students have before they leave us and go to the next level, middle to high, 9th grade to 10th grade, 3rd grade to 5th grade, or 4th grade, whatever it might be. So yes, we've been working on that. Yep.
Thank you. Because I can tell you from within the community, I see so many families really worry about that transition from elementary school to middle school, only to find out that the real trauma is to go to high school that freshman year and to realize what the expectations are. So thank you. My other question is based on 1.1.4, where we're talking about the seat time being a barrier. Do we have any leeway in terms of competency-based credit attainment, because we have so many different learning models, and what does that look like with students? So are the students that are sitting, I shouldn't say sitting at home, the students that are distance learning on Edgenuity and being able to, however it is that they're getting all of that work done, versus the students that are doing hybrid, versus the students that are in school every day because of either an IEP or a GT status? Do we have any leeway with some sort of competency base so that students that are getting it are able to get the credit?
Deborah Byersdorf, I can jump in there to begin at least. We do with Edgenuity. The competency-based pilot, I know we have Incline High School AACT that are involved in that, and that's work that's happening at the state level through the Department of Education. I was at Sparks High School today for a graduation meeting, checking to see how their cohort, their senior cohort, is doing, and there was a report on one young man who's already finished 3 classes and is continuing to move through. So we have the ability to do that there. As we say in the brick and mortar, tied to those 60 hours equating to half a semester is still, quite frankly, it's a statute that we've got to, I believe it's a statute that we've got to continue to follow. But I think going back to a little bit of what Dr. Parks was talking about, when we get through this, and I think we all very much believe it's going to look different. Public education is going to look different. It's going to look different in the Washington County School District, having more opportunities for students to show what they know earlier, earn the credit, and move on, which then gives students the opportunity to take more AP, IB, elective, CTE, dual credit courses. So I'm super hopeful, and I believe that's a direction that we have to go.
Thank you, because I just hate to see that would be a barrier for someone that might hold them back. Thanks.
And I'll just quickly add, State Superintendent Ebert is particularly interested in this at the state level as well for competency-based education, and myself and Dr. LaPenta have been asked to sit on her Blue Ribbon Task Force for these particular items around competency-based education as we move forward.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. Looking at these metrics for this particular section, how do you all feel? How do you feel we're doing right now as a district? Do you feel encouraged, nervous, unsure of all the unknowns? So I guess I would just ask you to give your honest opinion about where do you think we are right now.
All of the above. I'll speak for myself. So about this time of year, so talking about the meeting I was at Sparks High School this afternoon, all of our high schools, our area superintendents are working with our high school principals, and these meetings are occurring to track to see where our seniors are. And I forget the name of the report, but it's in our big system. We had that up today. We were working through it, and I was very hopeful. Kids moving forward on track to graduation, hearing what that particular school is doing and finding vanished students and students that aren't engaging and teachers going out. Goodness, every day they've done over 100 school visits since the beginning of the school year, checking on distance learning students. The work that happened at Hug High School over the weekend, you may have seen that as well, and reaching out to our distance learning students. So it gives me hope. I will be honest with you, I'm concerned about grades and credits at the high school level heading into this first semester, just giving the bumpiness of the beginning of the school year as people were settling and understanding their role, whether it was a student, a family, a teacher, a principal, us. So those are the thoughts that are in my head right now when you ask that question, Trustee Cottle.
And I don't have a ton to add. It was a joke, but I do feel all of that. Very hopeful, also very anxious. We sat around, Dr. McNeil and the ALT team sat and discussed all the kind of the projections for this year's graduation, how the senior year class is doing, and we've got, our high schools have got a really strong system down, so COVID didn't impact that. We can be pretty confident in those numbers, I mean, within a percentage point or two. That makes me really happy. I think that what I'm anxious about is when we talk about learning loss and last spring, also a little bit this year, and some absenteeism. Joe talked about consistent instructional minutes. That's what makes me nervous, but it's also, I'm hopeful. We have good systems in the district. I think we're working really hard this year to get, we keep saying professional learning communities, but get systems in place so that we have curriculum and assessment and kind of supports in place so that we can recapture students and get them back up to where they need. So I would say anxious and very hopeful.
Yeah, I would echo the comments of both Debbie and Ben. Certainly some large system pieces are really encouraging when we look at year 2 PLC implementation. The traction that we gained last year and the renewed traction that we are gaining this year in terms of aggregating all of the essential standards that have been identified by schools, grade levels, and departments, and now doing that and aggregating that at a district level is a really strong systemic support that we're going to have. And it's going to help us, I hope, towards the learning loss that we would think is going to be part of a result of the spring learning and the distance learning models that are now. I think there's been some real encouragement as far as improvements in overall 21st century learning. The practices, we've been forced to improve in those areas. These are areas that will benefit us as a system much longer term. But I think right now, one of the things that we're all well aware of is the breadth of content that students are responsible for, and still finding ways to make sure that the entire breadth of content, of course content, is indeed covered. And that may take place over time, and I think that's maybe one of our areas that we still have as a challenge. And then I think still just really looking at ways to most productively engage our most reluctant learners. Being able to really pull them in within these distance learning models is still something that schools are really working hard at, but I think those are our two very real challenges that we face.
I'll just add that I think actually a presentation like this and the resolution that you heard earlier are really important signs that we're looking toward the future. I think we're stuck in the urgent right now. I think that's happening within schools. I think it's happening within families. It's happening in our offices. People are having, everything's urgent, and they're worried about today, and they're not looking forward sometimes, and that can be a real problem. The other issue that gives me some pause is continuity of learning, especially when kids are excluded from school and they're moving from sort of an in-person environment and then suddenly they're on distance and then they're coming back. That can't be a good thing overall. I think we're getting better at the delivery of all those models. But that's an interruption that is unfortunate. I'm sure it creates havoc in the school when everything's going fine and then suddenly, you get the call. So I'll leave it at that.
I can't help but be the last to say thank you, Trustee Cottle, for the question. And I would echo what my teammates said. We got this. I look at the kind of forced collaboration and connections we were able to make during COVID. I feel like some of the things that have come out of this virtual opportunity to perform education is we have a tremendous amount of momentum towards the essential standards and kind of the key ideas of becoming a professional learning community. So there is, every department can connect their work to the work of the professional learning community, which is really continuously improving student learning outcomes. I think you hear everybody in the district starting to talk about these essential standards and how we're going to really, and I'd be a proponent of our next strategic plan to, again, think of a K-12 as a system and really ask ourselves how this system works at each critical juncture. How do we know that students are learning those critical standards-based skills that are going to lead to success for them? We are a district that has talked a lot about PLCs in the past, and we have pockets of excellence, but I don't have any recollection of us making a long-term commitment to being a district that practices professional learning communities. And I feel like there's a lot of work to be done, but as the chief academic officer, I feel like if I accomplish nothing in my years in that position, aligning our curriculum and our assessments and being able to articulate that system to our community would be, it sounds simple, but it's not going to be easy, but we're going to get it done.
Thank you. I appreciate all of your answers, and it's encouraging to me that it seems that our leadership team has a true understanding of our present, but also very optimistic for where we're going, and that you got to do both at the same time. You can't just focus on the present and ignore the future, and you can't just focus on the future, ignore the present, because eventually people get lost in both those scenarios. So I definitely appreciate it, so thank you.
All right, if there are no further questions from the trustees, then what I think we'd be looking for is a general approval of Goal 1 and its objectives and metrics, unless there's any specific direction that we want to provide for any of these objectives. So. Vice President Taylor. Sorry.
That's okay. Now, on 1.5, we did 0.4, but not 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Do we need to differentiate?
Excuse me, are you asking if we need to separate out 1.5?
Yeah, just because we did 1.5, but we didn't do 1.5, 0.1, or 0.2, or 0.3. We just did 1.5, 0.4, right?
Yeah, so the objectives and metrics presented today
Maybe that, yeah.
as part of Goal 1. Thank you. Good point.
I'll make that
Okay.
motion then.
Vice President Taylor.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the bridge document Objective 1 that was presented, the aspects of Objective 1 that were presented to us tonight.
Goal 1. Goal 1.
Goal 1, I'm sorry, yeah, Goal 1,
Okay.
the aspects of Goal 1 that were presented to us tonight. Thank you.
Then a second by, so a motion by Vice President Taylor, a second by Trustee Minetto. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you all very much. Great information and work, and lots of interesting days ahead still.
I'll go ahead and get started as everyone's seating themselves. So good evening, trustees and Superintendent McNeil. I'm joined here by the majority of the operations leadership team tonight, and I'll let everybody introduce themselves as we get to their item, but we were pleased to be here tonight to present our Goal 4 strategic plan metrics for fiscal year 1920. These metrics were adopted by the departments over the past couple of years though many of these metrics have been internally tracked for many years. Some of our metrics were not impacted by the pandemic, others were significantly impacted, and they gave the flexibility to the departments to provide the metric results through the end of the year or through February so that they are representative. Even though some of these metrics will not be very meaningful as long as we remain in the pandemic, we do, however, feel that these metrics are important for the long-term monitoring of the departments. And with that, I will turn this over to our Transportation Director, Rick Martin.
Myself turned on here. Okay. For the record, Rick Martin, Director of Transportation. These metrics have been in place for us for quite a while on the transportation side, and so it's always an opportunity for us to redefine, refine, and develop our systems to improve throughout the year and throughout the future. Right now, obviously our areas of success, we're with all the construction going on throughout the area, our communications with a number of construction companies has improved considerably, as well as the Regional Transportation Commission. We receive updates from them on a consistent basis, and I actually have to thank Adam Searcy and his crew and Capital Projects for being a part of that and helping to develop that communication systems for us with the construction companies particularly. We've seen a decrease in at-fault accidents, which we are very proud of. Those buses, when they tap something, they tap something. So from that standpoint, we are very happy to see that that's gone down. Again, from that standpoint, a lot of these are minor accidents from the standpoint of just a window tap or a mirror tap or a bus in a loading zone kind of rolling into the bumper of another bus. But those aspects are issues that come in with just having some inexperienced drivers. So a lot of these accidents, as you can see on our barriers, are from the inexperienced of having one or 2 years of driving experience in a large bus. And then we've seen a reduction in our cross-zone transportation for programs. And that's a credit to our special needs and early childhood programs in working with us to develop regional neighborhoods to maintain that aspect of having those special needs students going into their feeder and matriculation schools, as opposed to going, say, across town to a program. They're staying in their regional area so that they can go to, even though it may not be the elementary school that may be in their neighborhood, it's a close elementary school. Then they would move to a middle school that's in their regional area and then go to their final matriculation into their high school of their neighborhood or where they live in their zone. So we're very proud of that. Obviously, I've talked about a couple of the barriers. One has been a number of delays and detours just due to road construction in the North Valleys area and Spanish Springs area, Sun Valley area. They're just doing a lot of work there, which is going to be beneficial to us in the long run, but it's detrimental to us right now, and it affects our on-time delivery. In addition, we had 3 new schools open last year, Desert Skies, Sky Ranch, and Puliquitas. And 2 of those school areas, Puliquitas and Sky Ranch, there was a number of developments still being built, a lot of road construction going on around there. It was difficult to sometimes get in and out of the school, which delayed our times going to the next school. So that did affect our numbers this year. And then obviously there was an increase in labor costs. The governor's 3% obviously increased our overall labor and fuel parts and salary and benefit costs. From that standpoint, we did see a decrease in on-time delivery. We did see a benefit in accidents, and then our cost per mile increased to go up again because of those labor issues. And we did have a shortened year last year, which did skew our numbers and cost per mile. But when we did our numbers from basically June to March, we matched them up to June to March the previous year, and we were off about 10 cents on that, 10 cents per mile. And we were consistently running even with that for that year. So, but we were still up over what we would have in the past. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Leonka for Nutrition Services, unless there's any questions.
Okay, I'll take the next slide,
Oh, I'm sorry.
actually. Adam Searcy, for the record, Chief Facilities Management Officer for the school district. So our department in facilities has historically been together as facilities management and or apart as 2 departments, capital projects and really facility operations or plant facilities. It's had a few different titles over the years, but so I'm going to talk about a couple of different metrics that really describe generally the breadth of what we are responsible for. Starting off with maybe our area of greatest success has been the decrease in overcrowded schools. So there's board policy that outlines in some detail what level of facility utilization characterizes underutilization or overutilization, but really that to try to sum this up in a single data point, just drawing that line at maximum capacity and measuring, the number of total schools that are exceeding that, which is certainly undesirable. We've seen tremendous progress on that account in recent years. that should come as no surprise to anybody in this community. It is worth noting, certainly, the opening of Marcy Hers and John Bohatch in this school year, despite the challenges that the construction crews saw during the initial months of the pandemic. But also on the area of success bullet point up there, I wanted to note the Zoning Advisory Committee that plays a very important role in managing the enrollment distribution across not only our new facilities, but our existing facilities. Rezoning is always a necessary process as a part of a growing community, or a community that has its demographics changing. But I would like to highlight that as an area of success, that literally dozens of schools have been rezoned over the last year or two, and I think done so in a healthy manner. That it has often been a very divisive and contentious issue that I think the board and the committee and really everyone involved has done successfully. So kind of in the middle, transitioning to the Facility Condition Information System, or FICUS, that you'll often hear me refer to as the foundation or the driving input factor or variable for our capital renewal projects, the replacement of critical facility systems. It's really our asset database that tells us what we have, where it is, what conditions it's in, things like that. Also tied to the increased investments really in our schools, in part due to the sales tax initiative, has allowed us to make greater investments in those repair and renewals. This is a multi-variable type of data point as well. There are some investments we make towards safety and security, or energy efficiency in our buildings, or even some technology investments that maybe don't affect the FICUS or score, but you can see we are moving the overall condition score of our district-wide facilities in the right direction here. Again, should come as no surprise. The third data point speaks specifically to our cleanliness of our schools, our success in housekeeping. I want to somewhat parallel this with our in-house maintenance staff. You can see a slight tick downward on this data point, and I tried to summarize what I feel are a couple of explanatory notes associated with that barrier or shortcoming. But as has long been the case, challenges with regards to internal staffing of maintenance and housekeeping limit our effectiveness at times. But this year, more than ever before, we've really reprioritized our actions in a much more, for obvious reasons. And despite the slight downtick in that data point, I really still want to commend the maintenance and housekeeping staff, almost even above the capital project staff, for what they have persevered through to keep our schools open, get our schools open, and keep them safe. This will continue to be an area of effort for us to be successful, to invest in our housekeeping and internal maintenance staff, but an important dimension of what the facilities department does on an annual basis. So those are kind of the highlights. If there's any questions, I'll turn the floor to Ms. Solis. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Good evening, Leonka Solis, Director of Nutrition Services, for the record. So, in nutrition services, really our number one goal is always to increase meal access to our students. I think we can all agree that if a student's sitting in class and their stomach's growling, it's very difficult for them to pay attention to anything else. So that is our overreaching goal. If we can introduce them to some new menu items and to some fresh fruits and vegetables that they wouldn't normally try, that's a bonus for us. So that's, really what our metrics are built around, increasing breakfast and lunch participation. And then we know the importance of getting feedback from our students and how that ties into that increased participation. So that's our third metric. Before I get into providing an update on where we landed in 1920 school year, I'll kind of talk about some of our areas of success and some of our barriers. I think by now everyone's kind of heard of the expansion of our universal free program last year. That was certainly an area of success when you take a universal free option in which every child in a school has access to breakfast and lunch meals for free. You take that from 16 schools to 40, that certainly helps, increase that meal access. And then another thing that we did last year that really helped was we really started, we paid close attention to some of our promotions. So, food days, made-to-order concepts and new menu items, and really tried to gear those towards the appropriate populations. So our elementary students really enjoy food-themed days, breakfast for lunch, Taco Tuesday, things like that. They really enjoy those types of promotions. And we find our secondary students really enjoy what we call made-to-order concepts, which is, if you think about if you go to like a Mongolian grill or something, or a Chipotle, and you get to kind of build your own, dish. We did have a traveling made-to-order concept that we launched last year. It was very successful in we did it in pretty much all of our secondaries, but we started in our middle schools. And that was a stir fry, kind of make your own stir fry station. We saw a lot of success with that. And then, we launched a variety of new menu items, tofu tacos, and we really tried to make sure that our new menu items weren't things that were packaged purchase items, but rather items that we made in our central kitchen, right, to really kind of highlight that. So some pasta dishes and, again, like the tofu tacos, things like that. Another area of success was obviously the expansion of our central kitchen facility. This provided us more storage, which we certainly needed with that meal growth that we saw, and some new equipment and office space as well. Some of the barriers that we saw, we started the year, even though we went from 16 to 40 universal free sites, we started the 1920 school year with about 60 vacancies. So that certainly doesn't help with the long lines and things like that. It's exaggerated when you have limited meal service periods. So typically, we understand if a school chooses to have one lunch or two lunch periods, what we typically do to help support that, right, is we'll just open up extra service lines so we can get those students through in a timely manner. And but when you're down 60 staff, again, it just exaggerates that. So that was another barrier that we saw last school year. And lastly, that meal growth, as wonderful as it was, and as much as we tried to prepare our vendors for it, we did see some supply issues right at the launch of it. And so, when students are, they like their pizza, right? They know exactly what it should taste like. And if you switch out the mozzarella cheese, boy, they're going to know it. And so, we did see some issues with that. And then obviously, as we tried to substitute and remedy that, there was some food cost implications that we were able to rectify towards the second half of the year. But we did notice that with that initial uptick in the fall. So kind of going down, looking at our metrics, when we were able to grow from the 18-19 school year to the 19-20 school year, our breakfast participation by almost 2,000 breakfasts a day. We went from serving about 23.5, again, percent of our population, which equates to about 15,000 breakfasts a day, to almost 17,000 breakfast per day last school year. Our lunch was a little, and a big attributing factor to that, again, was those increased breakfast in the classroom sites. That certainly helps. Lunch, we saw, we were at 39%, which equates to right under 25,000 lunches per day. Our target was 42%, which would have put us right under 27,000 lunches per day. And we leveled out right in the middle, right about 26,000 or 40.5% lunch participation. And we were seeing this again. We were seeing the uptick right before the closure. And, that was when we launched, again, those made-to-order concepts and some of those things to try to help drive those meal sales at lunch. And our last metric was student feedback. Again, we know how important that is, and it's something that we've always done. We just never tracked it and kind of, reported on it. And so we wanted to do that. It was a new metric for us. We did have surveys ready, and we had student advisory committee meetings set. These are meetings that typically happen right after spring break, and that's what we do every year. It coincides with our planning for the following school year. So we're able to go in March, April, get that feedback from students, and then as we build our menus for the following year, we're able to incorporate it. And again, due to the closures, those spring surveys and meetings did not take place, unfortunately. So that is my update for nutrition services, if there's any questions.
So thank you again for the opportunity to present our operational metrics, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Well, again, as we did before, we'll ask a few questions and comments, and then do a motion to accept or to provide direction on the goal 4 items presented today. I'll start. I just wanted to make sure I understood. So for the growth in the meal participation for breakfast and for lunch, are those both attributed to the additional the community eligibility provision, the CEP schools?
That was definitely a big piece of it. I would say that it impacted breakfast a little bit more significantly.
Yeah.
We really saw, when we had schools that we were serving more breakfast than lunch. When you offer meals in the classroom, it's just such a huge incentive. Another thing is, some our new schools really helped a lot too. There's something, really inviting about a brand new school, but especially a brand new dining area. And we saw really great numbers at all 3 of our new schools last year. I think that helped, especially for those lunch counts.
Great. And then to just clarify, so I know the target was for the full school year. The number you're reporting for 18-19, that's for the entire school year. But obviously the 19-20, did you cut it off in March or?
No, what we did yes, that would be until, because since we're just reporting on breakfast and lunch, we did not include any equivalents, which were really the only meals that were being served during the pandemic time,
Okay.
were meals that we were vending to the food bank. So those are not included here.
Okay, that's what I didn't say that. No. Great, so thank you. Trustee Cottle and then Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a comment. Just want to show appreciation to the work of all your teams this year and last spring through COVID. All 3 of your units face significant challenges based by a current environment. And I just appreciate all the work that's been done to get this school year going. And I know a lot of it's kind of behind the scenes. The front-facing issues were around the classroom, workload for teachers, distance learning, but what you all were doing was so important to our district, and if your 3 units were just disappeared, this district would have a very difficult time operating tomorrow morning. And so I just want to show appreciation to all the work done by everyone on your teams for everything that's been done to get this school district moving this school year. So definitely appreciate it. So thank you.
Absolutely. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me just co-sign on what my colleague said. I think that was a tremendous, and we learned, if we didn't know the value of what you do, we sure know it now after that spring. And what I really wanted to do was specifically just show appreciation to Leonka for the creativity that you've had, and, you know, the traveling things, and, you know, getting us involved in the CEP program or the SEEP program, you know, so just all those extra things. And yes, it's more meal served, but we know that when children are full, when they have eaten, when they're healthy, they learn better. And when they haven't eaten and when they're hungry, they don't learn. So it's really a part of the academic mission of us as a school district. And I just really wanted to just commend you for the creativity. I mean, there are more new things going on in our food and our nutrition services program than I recall going on for a long time. So I know we're in a really difficult place now with everything that's going on and so on, and it makes it even more. Your staff has worked so hard, all of yours, as Trustee Caldwell said, but your staff has worked really hard and really kind of recreating nutrition services and so on. And hopefully we can get back on track and get things back going again, because they certainly deserve it. So certainly thanks to all of you for certainly and all the tremendous work that you did. I just wanted to specifically speak to that one.
All right, I don't see any other lights on. If there's no further questions or comments, then just again looking for a motion to approve goal 4 and the objectives and metrics presented this evening as presented.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Great job. All right, before we wrap up this agenda item, we have one more action to consider, and that is the approval of the Bridge Year Reporting Schedule. And I will pass it on to our leader, Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond, members of the board. So before you see your Bridge Year Reporting Schedule, but importantly, you also see the strategic plan that you all labored over at a work session and made recommendations and changes. So I won't belabor going through goal by goal. I believe that you all have had the opportunity to look at the document and to review the document and to see if your changes are reflected within that document on goals 1 through 5. So with that, we would ask for a recommendation for approval.
All right, does anyone have any questions on the edits to the reporting guide? Okay, then we're just looking for approval of the Board of Trustees Bridge Year Reporting Schedule and the edits to the reporting outline. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say how much I appreciate and am impressed by, and I know my colleagues are as well, all the work that has been done over the last several years to bring specificity and rigor and discipline and objective measurement to our strategic plan. I know when President Raymond and I came to this board, we had goals that were great goals, but we didn't have specific measures for everything, and it's been a really difficult and worthwhile journey, and I just want to compliment you, Superintendent McNeil, and the entire staff for all of the intention around student achievement that has been brought to this process of bringing objective measures to the strategic plan. So I just really thank you and honor you all and compliment you. And as we know, it's important for us to be talking about student achievement regularly, and you all have helped us to do that in ways that bring to life what are the actions that we need to take to move the ball forward, to make sure that we are all doing everything that each of us is called upon to do to make that happen. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank the trustees and the staff for all of the great work that was done just the other day in our workshop. going through every single one of these with great thoughtfulness and, and great deliberation. So I'd be happy to make the motion to adopt the changes to the bridge strategic plan.
Okay, motion by Trustee Simon Holland and a second by Trustee Cottle. Any further questions, discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And any opposed? All right, great work, everybody. That was a wonderful opportunity to talk about student achievement after some long meetings focused on other things. Okay, next up on our agenda is 5.01 board reports. And I'm going to go first as he slinks away into the back, just to take one more chance to recognize the Board of Trustees annually submits nominations to the Nevada Association of School Boards to recognize the great work of our staff and the district. And this year, one of our very own was recognized with the award for Distinguished Leader of the Year, impacting student achievement, as I said at the top of the meeting. Congratulations to Mr. Ben Hayes for being recognized in this way by the state of Nevada and the Nevada Association of School Boards for his work, but for everything you do every day for our district. So thank you very much, Ben. And now you can go. And we also, yesterday, Superintendent McNeil and I got to let Ben know in person with a little surprise meeting that he wasn't expecting. And then we had the pleasure of visiting Mitchell Elementary School, where we were able to present another award from the Nevada Association of School Board members to one of our amazing teachers, in fact, an Innovative Teacher of the Year award, to Amber Enkenbauer at Robert Mitchell Elementary School. She's a literacy specialist, but wears many more hats than that, of course, as all of our teachers do. And we got to surprise her in the classroom in front of her class full of students. And I think their first question was, what does innovative mean? So that was the next lesson for them. But it was a great day, great bright spot, and a huge honor for both Ben and Amber, but really for our district to stand out across the state with these two incredible awards. So there typically would be a nice dinner about this time of year, but that won't be happening. There's going to be a virtual celebration, which we'll share with the community, and then hopefully in March there'll be an in-person celebration. So that is my report. I will start at the end with our student representative, Victoria Gomez.
So currently for Student Voice, we are planning our town halls. We're planning on doing different virtual town halls that will be talking about different topics that are going around in our district. The first one that we already did one, and it was a month ago, and it was about distance learning, asking students about any different topics about distance learning, basically. And then our next one, where we hope to have more student voice, will be our town hall on November 17th. And we encourage anyone to go, anyone in the district, students, families, parents, or anyone that would like to attend. We want to hear everyone's voices and be able to talk about the topic of distance learning for this one. Every month we will be having one. The next one is mental health, and then the one after that is equity and diversity. So we encourage anyone to do that. Yeah.
And you said November 17th?
Yes.
And how can we find out?
So we will probably be posting it on like social media, and then different emails will go out. But yeah, there's going to be like a Zoom link.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. Let me see. It's from 4 to 6, November 17th.
Great. Trustee Minetto.
Thank you. I have had the great pleasure in visiting almost all of my schools now. I think I've only got about 5 or 6 left, and I'll probably get that done in the next few weeks. So I'm just so enjoying my visits. The children are so glad to be in school. and it's just a joy to see them.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just two things for me. At our last meeting, I talked about the upcoming free COVID testing that we were having over actually at Glen Duncan. It was very, very successful. 169 people got tested, which was great, and I actually found 14 positives, asymptomatic 14 positives. So that was good, because that's part of it, is you want to catch people that are asymptomatic and so on. Very well received, great partnership. Katie was great at Glen Duncan. Second Baptist Church was great, of course. Renown was fantastic, and the Connect Ed made a big difference. So we had many more of our families from our neighboring schools, because the Connect Ed the night before went out, made a big difference. So thank you for adding that, and there'll be another one upcoming. The next one actually is supposed to be this Saturday. And they had a call today, and obviously I was a little busy this afternoon. So yeah, but those are going really well. We're going to continue to do them, and targeting specifically our communities of color, those neighborhoods and those schools that serve those communities. And then Deborah mentioned just earlier, we did I don't even know what to call what we did at Hug High School on Saturday. We went to visit seniors that were distance learning, to check in with them. We paired up and went all over and talked to them, and there was us and someone from the school, and sometimes two from the school. And it was really great to just check in on students, and some were struggling, some were doing great, but it was really good. And a lot of them just felt good that someone checked up on them. So they're doing some really cool things at HUG to reach out to those kids who are in distance learning. So that's my report.
Thank you. Trustee Cotto.
So over the past couple of weeks, just doing the usual constituent services. One issue that I've been working on with the City of Reno is tackling the tremendous issue we're having on Stead Boulevard with semi-trucks ignoring the school zone speed limit and doing 40, 45 miles an hour through there. So I really appreciate the attention being given to that issue by Bonnie Weber, Devin Reese, and the City of Reno Police Department, and our own school district police department. So hopefully through collaborative effort, we can correct that issue before we have to have a serious consequence from that. So hopefully the North Valley's community, hopefully we can come together on that and hold these businesses accountable that are having their semi-trucks blow through there like nobody's business. So that's my report. Thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I mentioned my school visits today, and those were just awesome. I was really impressed with some of the strategies that teachers have come up with to deal with some of the things that have been challenges. And Ms. Ventress was with me, and we had a wonderful, very in-depth, deep dive with some teachers, which was excellent. Also had an opportunity to meet with a teacher at AACT, and went through looking at Edgenuity, both from a teacher's perspective, from a student's perspective, and from a parent's perspective. And that was really informative, and talked with Superintendent McNeil about it. I think there's some great work going on to help address some of those issues that are happening. And then had an interview with a teacher who is getting an advanced degree, who was interested in talking about what the board is doing about culturally responsive practices. And of course, I was very thrilled to tell her all the work that was going to be going on tonight. So yeah, some great things going on. And I know that there's a lot of pain, as we've heard from teachers who are really struggling. And I honor their pain, and I also share that we're all struggling to find solutions to the things that are bogging them down. And I think they know that it's just a difficult time for everybody, but really honor their sacrifices and their resilience.
Thank you. Trustee Calvert. Nope, nothing for you. And Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. So the 6 schools I went to this week: Hidden Valley, Donner Springs, Smith Ridge, Dodson, Double Diamond, and Hunsberger. 3 themes came up, I would say, at virtually every school. One, and Mr. Ernst referred to it, I think it's the urgency. And I think that the schools appreciate that we're not downplaying it, that we see it, we know it, but that also they're still moving on. They're really focusing, I think most of the teachers felt very concerned, and principals, about trying to engage those students who are learning online, whether they're being excluded, whether they're absent, whether they're doing distance learning, but that urgency of that engagement. Another common theme was the flexibility of teachers who have had to move classrooms multiple times for varying reasons, so that they've got enough space, and teachers who are willing to come in on the weekends, stay very late, because they want their students coming into a welcoming environment that looks like a classroom, even if that classroom is the library where they've hung plastic along the bookshelves to be able to hang up a word wall. It was really impressive. And the last thing was, I think virtually every school is concerned about, because these are elementary schools, about reaching the limit for classrooms because the frequency of distance learners returning. I would say every school that I went to had students returning that day from distance learning. And many of them, particularly in the upper grades, are really reaching their capacity. And, they're worried about what are they going to do, what that overflow is going to look like, who's going to staff it, and that everyone wants students every day to be with their teacher, and that they feel very passionately about it. But it's amazing to see the great work and the creativity and the dedication of the staffs at these schools.
Trustee Calvert, did you have?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to reach out to Kristen and tell you that the family said thank you. I talked to him, and they're very happy so far with what you did, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and just tell you thank you. They were very appreciative of you doing what you did. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Superintendent McNeil and your superintendent report, number 5.02.
All righty. So yeah, we had a great time on Saturday. Debbie Byers-Dorf, Gina Curtis, Dr. Taylor, myself, and then the absolute, dynamic HUG staff. I was able to be with Charles, who's my new best friend over there. He's an amazing, amazing man, but just has deep connections with the students. He would walk up to the door. He's bilingual. He would just engage right there with the families. And then they also had a great T-shirt for the parents of the seniors. And so each parent got a T-shirt. So 105 families were reached within Hug High School, and that was within a 4-hour period of time. And this is one thing that we're looking at doing at an expanded version across the district. And so obviously we will let the trustees know when we get to that point. But just something else as far as a strategy and a piece in our toolbox. And then looking forward to, I mentioned it earlier this evening, the governor's meeting tomorrow, and then the mitigation task force on Thursday, and what would come out of those meetings. So looking forward to that. And then also tomorrow, I will be attending a symposium. Our own Catherine Loudon, Director of Counseling, will be involved in a symposium put on by Truckee Meadows tomorrow around the stigma on suicide and solutions for our youth. So a very important symposium that I'm looking forward to. And you all know Catherine Loudon and her dedication to that effort. And then finally, just a reminder, we have sent out, our communications team has done an outstanding job at just getting that word out to be vigilant around Nevada Day, Halloween, Day of the Dead, and for our families and our community to really step up and let's keep it safe. Wear your face coverings. Please don't go to large gatherings, but just do the right thing for your community.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. 6.01, future agenda item requests. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have 3 requests. The first request would be for sometime in the spring, a presentation on possibilities around partnerships with trade schools on apprenticeships, similar to partnerships that we have with UNR and TMCC, so our students can go through an apprenticeship while in high school. Second agenda item request also for the spring, update the board on the Bell schedule. We have to start getting that process rolling in advance of fall 22 if we're going to make a change. And then the third request is for November 10th to do a proclamation for the National Apprenticeship Week, similar to what we did last year, because that, I guess, November 8th to the 14th is that week, so November 10th would be an appropriate time to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cotto. Any others? All right. JJ, do we have any final public comment?
The board received emails from John Arisnault, Judy Arcegara Holland, and Shannon Kenny. If anyone cares, the score of the game in the bottom of the 8th, LA 3, Tampa Bay 1.
Oh. Thanks for that. Very important update. And we might get out of here in time to watch the end of it. So, the next meeting is Tuesday, November 10th, and it will be held at Galena High School. It will begin at 2 p.m. Just take this opportunity to let everyone know that we have a number of business items that we will be starting that meeting with. And so we will offer opportunity for public comment both at 2, and then there'll be opportunity after 4, and then the items that are impactful primarily to our families and our students and our staff will be heard no earlier than 4 p.m. So, all right. Then I will adjourn our meeting. It is 8:27.